No chance, that's what you got. Up against a machine too strong. Pretty politicians buying souls for blood song. Puppets won't find their place in line. But tie a string around your finger now, boy, cause it's just a matter of time. Cause you've got no chance. No chance in hell. 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 Come and get it. Come on. Yeah. Come on, come and get it. Come on. Oh yeah. No chance. You got no chance. No chance in hell. You got no chance. No chance in hell. You got no chance. No chance in hell. You got no chance. No chance in hell.
With the corporate ministry,
You got no chance.
the message is simple. Guys, no chance in hell. With the corporate ministry,
You got no
the
chance.
message is simple. Guys, no
chance.
chance in hell.
No chance. You got no chance. No chance in hell. 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 Come and get it. Come on. Come and get it. Come on. No chance. You got no chance. No chance in hell. You got no chance. No chance in hell. You got no chance. You got no chance. No chance in hell. You got no chance. No chance in hell. You got no chance. Yeah. You got no chance. No chance. Yeah. You got no chance.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, Hustler and Muscular, also known as the H to the N to the M, dropping some gems, stomping harder than a pair of Timbs. Coming to you live once again to bring you guys another interesting topic. Salute to everybody that decided to stop by and show your boy hella support. And well, it's October, it's that time of the year. So yeah, I'm gonna make all my streams from this point on be Halloween themed. Hope you guys enjoy the show. For those of y'all listening back there, here's the information to my Cash App. Feel free to drop a donation if you would be so kind. Here's information to my Instagram. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe. Help your boy grow. And that's about it. Salute to everybody that decided to wake up early in the morning and catch your boy. I know this is early, but hey, I figured I'd do this show during the day this time instead of waiting till late at night. But I got to be at work tonight. I'm on a new schedule, so I'll be doing my shows probably during the day from now on. Even if not from now on, but I will keep you guys posted if anything ever changes. And here's my Instagram information. If you guys want to go to my Instagram and show your boys some support. And let me put this message out there for everybody real quick.
Like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
All right, now before we get into our great topic of discussion, I just got one question for everybody out there.
The question is, are you ready?
And now, for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All right, let's get ready to rumble. Now, today's topic, let's talk about the dating market in China, or as I like to call it, big trouble in Little China's dating market. So yeah, folks, those of y'all right here in America, you thought the dating market was hard out here in America? Well, guess what? It turns out the people over east are having just as much of a problem trying to find love and marriages as we are over here in the West, based on my understanding. So it's pretty, so yeah, of course, I kind of knew on some level or another that our community is not the only community having this issue. So anyone that lives in another country can probably identify. I mean, the UK's dating market doesn't seem to be any better. Now, let's talk about the Asian dating market. From what we understand, it seems to be no different. I mean, there are some slight differences, but whether or not those differences override the similarities, well, we're going to find out in today's discussion. I want y'all to let me know in the comments. Do you, based on everything you're going to hear me talk about from this point on about the dating market in Asian countries like China specifically, do you think it's any better out there than it is out here in America? So let's get on down and have that discussion. But first, let me show y'all some videos showcasing what goes on in China. Check out this. Oh man. Check out this video right here. Fair use, ladies and gentlemen, fair use.
I'm in Shanghai, China, and I'm at a marriage market. This is where Chinese parents and grandparents come to find wives and husbands for their children. Jim, can you help me find a suitable wife?
I think it's planned. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. I'm serious. 你好. I'm done.
Sorry,
He swiped left.
yeah, he said no.
Hello, ladies.
这个是家长，如果
你好
要来，
你去了吗？你去了吗？
我怎么了？
他因为找不到对象。
哦，我no。
Oh, she said no, I don't want in English.
Oh, no way.
Oh, he just
Speaks English.
你好吗？
你好，你好，你好。你们是哪国的？
United States, UK.
Why is he here?
他问我，
哎，你为什么在这边？
不是我自己找对象。
Oh, good luck.
我自己找对象。
He's my competitor.
每个人
I'm joking, I'm
要求不一样，
joking.
不是说竞争对
Each
象，
one is different
是朋友。
taste.
Okay, so there are some match. So in that footage, I guess a guy from America went to a Chinese gathering where you got Chinese parents trying to find suitable mates for their sons and daughters to marry. Ain't that about some shit? Now, one thing I will say about the Chinese and the Asians is that they do put way more emphasis on trying to get married and start a family, damn near to a fault. Unlike here in America, where we barely give a shit about getting married. It's all about being free, liberation of our women, leaving us men to just do whatever we want with whoever we want of the opposite sex and saying no to marriages. At least Chinese people at least try, to perpetuate marriages and relationships. At least they try to do it. Out here in America, you will rarely find any family. It seems to me like out here in America, you will rarely find specifically anybody within the Black community that, perpetuates marriage. Because for us, it's more about live your best life, put off marriages until your later years, and just build a career, do whatever you want to do, yada, yada, yada. Our society tells our women to hold off on marriages, hold off on relationships, and just focus on school, get an education, yada, 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 and don't have kids until later on in life. The only problem is by the time you reach a certain age, it's going to be difficult for them to build a solid foundation. Because I've spoken on this before in the past about how it's difficult for people to date when they're older compared to how it is when they're younger. Because here's my analogy for this. When you're younger, a younger man, a younger woman coming together, building together, that's kind of like climbing a mountain. With younger people, they climb the mountain together. And when one thinks about giving up or falling off, or they're going to fall off, they always got the other person to motivate them or give them incentive to keep going and keep climbing that mountain. So they basically got each other's back when one thinks about giving up. So they're climbing that mountain, they're going to reach the top together. Now compare that to an older couple where it's like she climbed her side of the mountain, he climbed his side of the mountain, and they're going to meet at the top. Not the best foundation for building a relationship. It's easier to build with somebody and climb the mountains together as opposed to climbing your side of the mountain and trying to meet your partner at the top. That's just not the best foundation for building a relationship, but that's more prevalent here in America than it is in Asian countries from what I understand. I mean, the Asians perpetuate marriage. The only thing is, I guess the women out there oftentimes don't want to cooperate despite hearing all the backlash and all that kind of stuff from their families. Because I've seen a few videos of Chinese women who are of legal adult age, still single, and their parents are just pressuring them to get married, pressuring them to start a family. There's that, so they don't have to be single and by themselves for the rest of their lives, possibly. I mean, here in America, we don't do that too often. While I don't think it's okay to pressure people into getting married, I do appreciate the idea that they perpetuate it, because out here in this country, we don't perpetuate marriage enough. We just don't perpetuate it enough here in the good old US of A. It's like men have to get married, men have to start families, men have to do this, but guess what? Our American women are not bound by the same obligations. It don't make a lot of sense to put all the emphasis on men getting married and starting families while the women can basically decide for themselves whether or not this is the best thing to do. If the two people's opinions and thoughts on marriage are not properly in tune with each other, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Think about that. Why the fuck do I have to get married and start a family? Otherwise, something's wrong with me. I'm not a mature adult, bullshit like that. But yet the American women, it's like if they choose to be single, if they choose to, do whatever the fuck they want to do, it's okay for them. So yeah, the narratives are not properly in sync with each other. But I notice in China, they perpetuate marriages and relationships for better or for worse. I say for the better because it shows that they value traditionalism. But at the same time, it's also for the worse because it's almost as if they're forcing their kids into something that they're probably not even ready for. I mean, you would think at 20 years old, in your early mid-20s, you should be ready for marriage and relationships. I think Chinese sometimes push that stuff a bit too hard on their kids, too hard on their offsprings or whatever, to where they now it's become more of a personal obligation to just find somebody. Now that aspect I don't agree with. I don't agree with the narrative of pushing for marriages and relationships as if it's just some sort of societal obligation or religious obligation. People should get married because they want to get married, they want to start families, and they want the idea of having one partner to be with for the rest of their lives. That's something I can support. But to say that, oh, you have to get married because that's what the Bible says you have to do, I'm all for doing right by the Almighty High, but I'm not going to make it feel like I have to do this just to make the Lord happy. What if I'm not fit to? What if I don't qualify to be a husband? What if the woman I'm dealing with doesn't qualify? And believe it or not, those that live in America, you will notice that a lot of our American women don't even qualify to be in relationships. They have unrealistic standards depending on where they stand in life. They rather be free and be for everybody than be for a relationship. So yeah, this is basically the land of the freedom. The only problem is that freedom comes with a huge price. By the time our American women reach a certain age, they're no longer eligible for marriage anymore. Because I'm gonna say past 35, 36, that they lose their fertility. So yeah, it's not easy to find love at an older age for both women or men. So I guess that's why I kind of look at the Chinese perpetuating this narrative as kind of a good thing. Because out here in America, we don't perpetuate it enough. We rather just say, live your best life, be free, do this, that, and the third, live how you want to live. But when you're 40 years old, single, and don't have nobody, then what the fuck you gonna do then? I mean, who's mostly affected by this is a matter of opinion, but let me know in the comments what you think. Who do you think is more affected by this, men or women? Do y'all think men suffer more because of lack of eligible women to marry or have relationships with? Or do you think women suffer more because of lack of men today? Who do you think suffers more because of this dating market out here in America? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Because based on my understanding, the Chinese are Asians are very uptight about marriages and relationships, about their sons and daughters finding spouses to continue the generation. My bad, y'all. And honestly, I can't say that that's too much of a bad thing. Because like I said, as we all know out here in America, we don't perpetuate marriages and relationships enough. I mean, women rather waste the best years of their lives dealing with this man, dealing with that man, having kids out of wedlock, yada, 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 and then still think that they're eligible for relationships and marriages. At least in China, they teach their kids not to engage in such bullshit behavior. They teach their kids to hold out into marriage. Whether or not the kids listen, well, that's left up to the kids. Because based on my understanding, the dating market in China is probably no better than it is here in America. And here's another interesting video for y'all to take a look at. Let me know what you think it is. Fair use.
In China, if you're a woman, single, and over 30, you are called 剩女, which means leftover woman in Mandarin. In Cantonese, you are called 羅底橙, 賣剩蔗, and 攝造辣, which means orange at the bottom of the basket, the sugar cane that didn't get sold, and the thing used for filling the gap of the stove. But if you're a man, single, and over 30, you are called 钻石王老五, which means a diamond bachelor in Mandarin. In Cantonese, you are called 筍盤, which means quality real estate.
Well, goddamn. So women who are over the age of 30 and are single are considered leftover women or bottom of the barrel women, while the men who are still single past 30 are considered precious diamonds or bachelor diamonds. So it's pretty safe to say there's a double standard associated there. So if you're a woman and you're over a certain age and you still haven't found nobody, you're considered a leftover woman or bottom of the barrel or somebody nobody wants. But if you're a man, you're considered a precious jewel. you're considered a responsible man. It's kind of the same thing here in America. The only difference is they're trying their damn diligence to fight that double standard. They want to make men feel low for being over 30 single with no kids. Here in America, they want to say men who are over 30 single with no kids, something is they're considered bottom of the barrel. Something's wrong with a man over 30 with no kids. But a woman over 30 with no kids, well, that's all well and good. She's just living her best life. Wasn't always like that, though. There was a time where if a woman was single past a certain age, people would think something was wrong with her. But if a man was single, then people would think that, hey, he just living his best life. He just ain't found the right one. Over the last decade or so, they decided to, try to get rid of that narrative and put some of the negative stigma on men. So yeah, here in America, they're trying their damn diligence to fight this whole men are just precious jewels for being of a certain age and still single. They're doing their damn diligence to fight that off by uplifting women who have kids out of wedlock, who are single and just living their best by saying that they're living their best life, even though they're having kids all over the damn place, smoking and drinking, wasting the best years of their lives. But they want to shame men who refuse to, be traditional and take these women seriously. So it's a real clusterfuck when you think about it. But that's how the Chinese look at it. It's kind of the opposite with the Chinese. Older women are considered, considered leftover women that nobody wants, while the men are considered precious diamonds that everybody's gonna want. So at least they keep that. So they're at least keeping that narrative, keeping a narrative for men. Because out here in the United States is more or less the same thing. Only difference is they're trying their hardest to fight, to fight it. They don't like the idea of men, having being single with no kids because they're responsible with their seed. Instead, they'll make us some stupid excuses and say men who are over 30 with no kids, something is wrong with them. That's a huge red flag. Well, to me, in my opinion, a man that's got 5 or 6 kids by 5 or 6 different women, that's a red flag. So yeah, our society is a little ass backwards compared to the Eastern society. So yeah, I'm seeing some big differences. And to further hit hard on my point, if anybody wanna, here's my Instagram, and here's the information to my Cash App. Anybody that wants to donate, you don't have to, but the donations would be very much appreciated. Thank y'all for stopping morning to listen to your boy preach. I figured I'd cover this myself. All right. Now I'm going to show you guys my first video indicating how the dating market is how the dating market in China is. So give me a few minutes. I mean, give me about like a minute or two. I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. All right, let's take a look at this first video here. Okay, shout out to Raw China. This says buying women in the park. The future of dating in China. The future of dating in China. Ain't that some shit? That this is the future of dating in China? Okay, let's take a look at this video. They go into a park buying, I guess, buying women or trying to find somebody suitable. I don't know, but let's hear what they have to say. Damn this computer. Okay, here we go.
Imagine this. Every weekend in certain parts.
Okay, hold on. Let me crank up the volume just a little bit because I want everybody to hear it. All right. So let's check out this video, ladies and gentlemen. Fair use, fair use.
Imagine this. Every weekend in certain parks in big Chinese cities, it's like a lively scene out of a quirky dating-themed flea market.
儿子，你看见绝对喜欢阿姨呀。
没有一个正常标准，我觉得
There are no requirements, I think. Okay.
喜欢你就行。
真喜欢我可以马上。
If I like him, I can marry. What are the requirements? None. If I like him, that's good enough. Is that what they're saying? And by the way, these people are speaking Chinese, so just try to work with me as far as these old subtitles are concerned. And by the way, sometimes when I watch Chinese, these old Japanese shows, I wish they would have English dubs instead of just watching English subs. I feel like I'm watching a Japanese program with English subtitles. I don't know about y'all, but I used to hate that when I was younger. I prefer an English dub version, but apparently there isn't one available. So they just work with me as far as these little subtitles are concerned. What are the requirements to be with your son? If I like him, we can get married right away. Okay.
Picture sheets of paper plastered on boards or hanging from umbrellas. Some folks energetically waving them around like those sign spinners you see on the side of the road. Every strolling by seems to be shopping for something. But hold that judgment. It's not a body option, it's a life swap meet. These folks are out there on a mission to find their life partner, turning the park into what locals affectionately or mockingly call 相亲角.
So I guess it's like a dating app, only it's like a dating app without the use of technology or the internet. Okay, let's see how this works. You think we should do this kind of thing in America? Let me know what y'all think. Those of y'all watching, you think we should have something like this out here in America? Oh wait, never mind. I reframed the question. Why? Because we already doing shit like this here in America. You know, the Pop the Balloon show, singles events, bullshit like that, which by the way, I'll get into later on in the show. So stick around for that if you can. So yeah, we do something like this here in America. Now, which is worse is a matter of opinion, but let's see where this is going. Fair use.
你不是喜欢干那个，你是因为干那个。我是家长，我这么年轻的女孩子。
相亲 translates to blind date, and jiao is the corner where this spectacle unfolds. Critics have dubbed it a human market. More than 70% of the crowd, yep, you guessed it, women.
70% of the crowd is women. I mean, the main 30% are men. So it's more women than men. Doesn't that sound familiar?
They're on a mission to unlock the achievement of finding a hubby, each armed with a checklist of standards that would make a NASA pre-launch checklist seem like child's play. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, but the needle needs to meet a specific height, age, and education requirements. It's like a game show where if you don't meet the requirements, you get voted off the island.
Okay, so what's the difference between that and what goes on here in America? Let's just hope that their standards are based on are more realistic. Let's see what they have to say. Okay, fair use.
我有个哥哥，
成家了吗
？2个小孩了，上小学。
2 kids, both at elementary school. Okay.
你下面
You have a younger brother.
有没有弟弟的有的？
我没有弟弟，我有一个
A younger brother, but I have one older brother.
哥哥，我没有弟弟。
The aunties keep asking if I have a younger brother.
姨们总是问有没有弟弟。
Get this, even having a younger brother can be a deal breaker. So in this way,
What? The price ain't right. The price ain't right. My God. Oh my God. So having a sibling and having a younger brother is a deal breaker? Really? Why? When is that ever a deal breaker? Okay, fair use.
wacky reality TV show called Love Hunt in the Park, participants risk public humiliation and a one-way ticket out if they don't impress the judges, aka the matchmakers. It's a
What's the difference between that and what goes on here in America? Yeah.
a wild ride through the twists and turns of modern Chinese dating culture, where tradition and societal expectations clash like contestants in a reality TV show trying to win the grand prize, true love. Join us as we dive into this offbeat and gigantic blind dating phenomenon where the stakes are high and the drama is even higher.
This chart shows China's birth and death rate over the last 60 years. For most of it, births are high. But in
Oh, okay. So I guess in the 1970s, the birth rate was pretty damn high at 30 million, about 30 million. While the deaths were pretty low. But I guess as we went to the 21st century, those birth rates continue to just drop. Does that sound any different than what's going on here in America?
In 2022, China had more deaths than births, causing...
Damn, so in 2022, the Chinese have more deaths than they have births. So it's more people dying out there than it is being born? Really? Wow.
Its population to decrease for the first time in 6 decades.
In recent years, China's marriage and birth rates have taken a nosedive, with a massive chunk of young folks giving a hard pass to tying the knot and popping out tiny humans. The economic pressures faced by young Chinese people are akin to navigating a labyrinth with ever-shifting walls. Enter the real-world Tinder scenario, a market where the majority are elders, parents on the prowl for suitable partners for their offspring. So while the youngsters swipe left and right on Tinder and Instagram, the seniors are doing their matchmaking gig in the park. Hold up, this park version is way more brutal. You might get ghosted on Tinder or left unread on IG, but here, get ready for a barrage of criticism.
Wow, so the younger people just use technology to find their mates, while the older people just go out there to these little ridiculous matchmaking festivals or whatever, gatherings or whatever, to find their mate, to find their match. Okay. This is crazy. I mean, based on what I'm seeing, I don't see much of a difference between this and what goes on here in America, these old dating shows here in America. So yeah, if y'all thought that it was just America that had this issue, well, according to this, the Chinese are having just as much of a problem. Now, which is worse is a matter of who has it worse is a matter of opinion. And there's a link if anybody want to come up and chop it up with me. But anyway, like I said, which country has it worse is truly a matter of opinion. But hey, let's continue, hear what they have to say. Fair use. Well, you aren't too great either. Really? How tall are you? 5'4", not tall enough. He's 5'4". That's not tall enough? Damn. And I thought America was known for height shaming. They require 6 feet and up. I'm 5'6". I probably wouldn't have a chance at this. And besides, from what I understand, the average Chinese person is not that damn tall anyway, with the exception of that Chinese basketball player. From what I understand in other cultures, usually the men, the men's average height is different. Here it's 5'9", but out there maybe something totally different. But anyways, fair use. Why should someone with those requirements choose you? That's a good question. That's a good question I've been asking myself here in America. This person said, why would someone with those requirements choose you? That's a good question. I've asked myself that question out here in America all the time. Even if I meet your requirements, why the hell should I choose you? What if I got the height? the looks, the money, yada, yada, yada. Why would I choose you? Those are your requirements, but do you meet my requirements? Do women even ask themselves these questions? You meet their, yeah, you meet their requirements, but do they meet yours, or do they just feel like a man should just take them as they are? Let me know what you think in the comments below. But anyways, fair use. You don't know what the requirements you have. You're disgracing public morality with this. There are so many older leftover women. There are so many older leftover women.
Hell no, to the no, no, no. Yeah. God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Damn, there are so many older leftover women. Well, in China, over 30 and single is called a leftover woman. But for a man, a precious diamond jewel. Ah, oh my God. It's kind of like that here in America, but they're trying so hard to just fight it off. Yeah. All right, fair use. It's because people like, and by the way, excuse the subtitle. I got to pause every now and then to read these subtitles, so please excuse that. It's because of people like you.
Witness this poor soul getting ruthlessly labeled as too tall, too short, too old, or heaven forbid, having standards that are too high, leading
wow. So it's no different than here in America.
to a collective struggle to find a life partner. This is the harsh reality of the real life Tinder. Just when you think you've got all your personal checkboxes ticked, bam! If your HUCO or household registration in English isn't in the right district, consider yourself eliminated.
Yeah, and people say it's best to go outside and try to meet people instead of going online to these dating apps, which I recommend you do anyway. But as you can see, sometimes trying to meet people up close in person doesn't make much of a difference. I mean, it's easier to meet people up. I mean, it's better to probably meet them up close in person, but let's face it, you're not guaranteed results no matter what you do. And I guess that's just a fact of life. Nothing is guaranteed to happen for you. That's something we learn to deal with over time, that nothing is guaranteed to actually happen, but it's definitely worth giving a try compared to trying to go out here and try to meet people on these ridiculous dating apps and shit. Hold on a second. Okay, let's continue. Fair use. I'm not local. Okay, this is. Then we had nothing to talk about. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. What did that say?
Eliminated.
And he said, Auntie, what requirements do you have for women? Where are you from? He said, I'm not local. You had nothing to talk about. So you're not local, nothing to talk about?
Does
really?
not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute.
He's not local, as in he's not from the town? Okay, then what town is he from? I understand that sometimes we don't want to travel long distances to see somebody, but that depends on what the distance is. If you don't live in my city, but you live in a city close to me, that shouldn't be an issue. It ain't like you're living in a whole other state or something like that. So what the fuck is going on here? I mean, you got to consider distance, don't get me wrong, but you got to consider the quality of that distance, not so much the actual distance itself. Because like I said, you don't live in my city, but you live in a city adjacent to mine, then that shouldn't be too much of an issue. But she acting like, oh, you're not local, so we had nothing to talk about. You don't live in my area, so what are we talking about? What the fuck? But anyways, fair use. Where are you from? I'm from Hina. Hina, okay. People from Hina are not suitable. People from Hina are not suitable. What? I want to find a local. Auntie, this your kid? You guys aren't Shanghai local. No. So you don't have the requirements for that? I require having a Shanghai resident permit. Okay.
也有上海户口，对，
You must have Shanghai.
是好。那你对这个就没要求？我的要求得有
You must have. I require having a Shanghai resident permit.
也有
Okay.
上海户口，
You must have a Shanghai resident permit.
对。
This hukou system, established in the 1950s, categorizes individuals as urban or rural residents based on their birthplace. It's not just about where you live. It influences access to social services, education, and healthcare. Historically used to control rural to urban migration, recent forms aim to address inequality. Urban hukou holders often enjoy better opportunities, contributing to rural to urban migration. It's like a golden ticket. And without it, you're stuck in the outskirts of the dating game. Even if you manage to find someone to partner up with, if your hukou isn't in the right city, your kid will be SOL when it comes time for school.
SOL? What the hell does SOL mean?
硕士毕业，然后现在是公司
I have a master's degree. I'm white collar.
400两啊，一个月发现了
$11.25 US per month.
钱吧，有点哪能
Really?
多少钱？
My son works at a state. My son works at a state-owned company. Okay.
8岁了，女单位，1000块钱。
Okay. $844 US per month.
一年
Very stable. Only 700 and wait.
啊，多少钱？8岁了，女单位，1000块钱，一年。
Only $703 US salary. Too low. That's too low. Only $703 US per month. Why is it so low? Too low.
Housing prices rising faster than a SpaceX launch create an environment where young couples are left grappling with a monumental decision of whether to bring a child into the world where the price of diapers rivals that of designer handbags.
Damn. So even with the money they make, they still gonna struggle financially. And the woman says that's too low, then damn. So yeah, kind of like here in America, where the woman requires the man to make more money than her, or just as much money as her. Yeah. I mean, don't people want to build anything together anymore? I mean, what the hell? But anyways, fair use.
These economic challenges aren't merely statistical figures on a spreadsheet. They are the formidable barriers standing between couples and the prospect of building a life together. In a society where stability and financial security are paramount, the decision to embark on the journey of marriage and parenthood becomes a calculated gamble against economic odds. So even if you check all the other boxes, if you're a gal and happen to have a younger brother, tough luck.
So you're a gal, you got a younger brother, tough luck. And I thought our American stands were kind of crummy. I'm all for people having their preferences and their standards, but excuse me. If your standards are the reasons why it's hard for you to find somebody, maybe you need to readjust them. Excuse me, just a little bit. I mean, this is crazy what I've been hearing so far. I thought the American population had it harder when it came to trying to find somebody special. Oh man, but it is what it is.
下面有没有弟弟的？
You have a
我没
younger
有弟
brother.
弟，我有
I don't have a younger brother. I have an older
我
brother.
有个哥哥，我没有弟弟。
I don't have a younger brother.
阿姨们总是
Auntie keeps asking for younger. What the fuck does it matter if you got a younger brother or older brother? Jesus Christ.
问有没有弟弟。你家里是
Are you the only child in the family?
独生女啊？没有没有弟弟，
No, I have a younger brother.
大学
My younger brother is in college. Is in college.
家里有弟弟的，
You have a younger brother.
男生姐啊。
Well, thank
Traditional
you.
marriage.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm trying to understand why the holy mother of fuck does having siblings matter when it comes to trying to find a good match. Seriously, you got siblings, so what? Damn. So these men are getting rejected because they got older siblings, younger siblings? I don't get that. In America, we don't have that big of a problem. I don't think as long as your family is not ghetto or from the hood or into some shady bullshit, having siblings is not so much of a deal breaker here in America. So I think these Chinese people are taking things a wee bit too far. Jesus Christ. Okay, this says drop a fan equals drop the fan equals to give up her last name. Spilling water equals to door is the water. What the hell does that mean? Dropping a fan, give her your last name. Spilling water, doer is the water. I don't get it. I get the first one, but but then again, I don't get what these terms supposed to mean, but okay.
Norms dictate that once a gal ties the knot, she's no longer considered part of her original family. So
what? So they don't have in-laws. They don't do the whole in-law thing. Mother-in-law, father-in-law, brother, sister-in-law. Is that why they're putting all this emphasis on whether or not you got siblings? Because once you marry somebody in China, you're basically no longer part of your original family. So I guess if you have a brother or a sister, you're gonna have to separate yourself from set siblings, and that could be a bit of a problem. Imagine having a brother or having brothers and sisters. You're married to one family, and now you got to separate yourself from them for life. They can't be a part of your family anymore. Is that what the fuck they are doing out there? The price ain't right. The price ain't right.
So she's expected to assist her brother in finding a match, often involving a monetary contribution. Having a younger brother becomes a major drawback in the marriage market because your missus might be constantly hit up to cough up cash for her brother's wedding house or his tuition.
Hold on, this is crazy. Let's hear that again.
Monetary contribution. Having a younger brother becomes a major drawback in the marriage market because your missus might be constantly hit up to cough up cash for her brother's wedding house or his tuition.
Getting money from the siblings. Okay. I don't have permanent residence. You're from another province. Do you have residence? Have you bought a house? None. Then you are a triple X product. What the fuck is triple X product?
Oh, and in this human market, having a house and subscribing to this channel are the ultimate prerequisites. Homes, hukou, and cars. If you like those, congrats. You're officially a 3-0 package. And after jumping through all these hoops, welcome to the grand finale, the dowry showdown. Because nothing says love like a hefty dowry demand, right? Hey, remember when we talked earlier about how in China, once a woman ties a knot, she's basically considered a member of someone else's family?
Yeah.
According to this genius mindset, the woman's family is losing a member. So they got to get compensated for that loss. Enter the fabulous concept of the bride price.
Okay, so let me get this straight. If I marry a woman in China, I'm no longer considered part of my original family. So now they got to compensate my family for taking me away from them. Whoa, my God. I don't want to sound disrespectful to another person's culture, because I understand every culture is different, but that sounds a bit ridiculous. Maybe that's just me because I'm American and we don't do that over here. That's why we have something called in-laws, which means by law, you're part of the family when you marry somebody. If I marry a woman, her parents are my parents-in-law and her siblings are my siblings-in-law. Hell, I got a cousin-in-law. There's a such term. So here in America, there is no separation of the family when somebody gets married. The family is still stuck together. They may not live together or see each other on a regular, but they're still together as a family. That lineage still exists amongst the family. But my Lord, okay. Fair use.
Or as I like to call it, the extravagant bill for raising a stellar daughter. They're like,
I've invested a ton in this amazing daughter of mine, and she's going to bring prosperity and descendants to your family. So it's only fair the groom side coughs up some cash.
This human market
family. So it's this amazing daughter of mine, and she's going to bring prosperity and descendants to your family. So it's only fair the groom side coughs up some cash.
This human market.
So the groom got to pay compensation to the other family for taking their daughter away and marrying her.
Spectacle. Even if you tick all the boxes, many times you'll hit a roadblock at the bride price checkpoint. It's no longer your decision. It's a cringe-worthy bargaining drama between the parents on both sides.
It said, we've been dating for 2 years. Your family requires a $42,000 bride price. What? And requires a $210,000 house. Do you want me to? I said, don't you want me to survive? Where am I going to get that kind of money?
And guess what?
Damn. So he got to give up. So he got to give up all that damn money just so he can date her. Wow.
There are couples who can't even tie the knot, not because they don't love each other, but because their parents can't agree on the proper digits for the bride price negotiation.
Damn, I'm surprised China even has a bride price. I mean, if they're paying all the goddamn bride prices and shit, how they gonna have money for themselves to survive? And God forbid if they have kids or anything, how they gonna fucking survive off of that? Oh, salute to you, Cyrax. Thanks for stopping by. Nice of you to join me again. And by the way, if anybody want to come up, the link is in the description. Anybody want to come up? Today's topic, Big Trouble in Little China's dating market. You think our dating market is shit? Well, look at the Chinese, the Asians. They don't have it any better based on my understanding. They just got out of whack rules that make little to no sense to us Americans. I guess for them, it's part of their culture. Wow. So, okay, let's see that again. For someone that just came up, let's see that again.
Many times you'll hit a roadblock at the bride human market
to your family.
Or as I like to call it, the extravagant bill for raising a stellar daughter. They're like,
I've invested a ton in this amazing daughter of mine, and she's going to bring prosperity and descendants to your family. So it's only fair the groom side coughs up some cash.
This human market spectacle, even if you tick all the boxes, many times you'll hit a roadblock at the bride price checkpoint. It's no longer your decision. It's a cringe-worthy bargaining drama between the parents on both sides.
Okay, this says, we've been dating for 2 years. Your family requires $42,000 bride price. Yeah, they got bride prices in China. Ain't that some shit? And requires a $210,000 house. Do you want me to survive? So you want all that shit from that man just so he can date your daughter? Really? Are you seeing this, Cyrax, if you're still back there? This is unbelievable. Because according to Chinese culture, once a man and woman get married, that woman is no longer part of her family, and now that man got to pay the family a bridal price of some sort to take their daughter away. What the fuck kind of shit is that? She said, yes, sir. Now, I don't know if you've been to China before or read about Chinese culture, but this is how the Chinese dating market is, Cyrax. This is crazy. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Fair use. Where am I going to get that kind of money? Okay.
And guess what? There are couples who can't even tie the knot, not because they don't love each other, but because their parents can't agree on the proper digits for the bride price negotiation. Aptly dubbed human trafficking, many people are currently starting to question this ancient tradition. So if you're abroad or living in China and stumble upon a Chinese woman who's cool with just you is enough, dear, kind of deal, you're practically hitting the jackpot. But if you're currently dating a Chinese woman or planning to find a Chinese wife after watching this video, brace yourself. Now, our channel spills the tea on all things quirky and newsy in China. So hit that subscribe button.
Well, that's the video, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you think about that in the comment section below. So yeah, that's how they do things in China. You think our dating market is shit? Well, look at the Chinese dating market. It doesn't seem to be any better. I mean, they have standards of their own people need to live by. Sarah said, I'm indeed half Chinese. Oh, so, okay, so you're half Chinese. Okay. I never seen what you look like, so I couldn't clarify that. So can you tell me a little something about the Chinese? Feel free to come up here and talk about the Chinese dating market. Do you think it's any better than what's going on out here in America? Because I had no idea that in China they had something called bride prices. It's when a man marries, or it's when a Chinese man and a Chinese woman get married, and he takes her away from her initial family, and now he has to pay her, and now he has to come up with something called a bride price, where he pays the family a large sum of money just so he can marry their daughter. Really? Oh, she says, heck no. Heck no what exactly, but okay. So you got to pay the family a large sum of money just so you can marry their daughter. A bride price. Ain't that about some shit? That doesn't make any sense because you're taking her away from her immediate family. I don't understand that. I don't want to sound disrespectful to Chinese culture, but me being from America, that just seems far-fetched. I wouldn't feel comfortable having to give my money to another woman's family just so I can marry their daughter. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, come on, but the Chinese do things differently. I get it. She said, my husband had to pay for me. Be more specific, pay for you. Wow, Cyrex, you're something else. Again, I don't want to sound disrespectful to Chinese culture, but that is just ridiculous. But anyways, oh my God. Anybody want to come up? The link is in the description below. Anyone that knows anything about the Chinese culture and how their dating market is crummy compared to us American culture, just let me know. Because that is crazy. That's exactly what it's called, bride price. I never knew about that up until I saw this video, bride price. So if I marry you, for example, I gotta pay your family, your mother and father and sibling, well, your mother and father specifically, a large sum of money. How the fuck will we survive off of that? Seriously, how will we survive off of that? That makes no sense. That's why here in America, we have something called in-laws, where you're still part of your initial family, but now I'm part of that family. If I marry you, your parents are my mother and father-in-law. Your brother and sister are my brother and sister-in-law. Siblings and family in-laws. That's what they call it. I'm like, oh my God. So yeah. And you have to be from the local area just to have a shot at these women. I'm all for, you know, I understand, like here in America, we don't date people who live too damn far away. Like if I live in one city and your city is like 100-something miles away, that's doing too goddamn much. I understand all of that. But if your city is like right next to mine, like a 30-minute drive, I don't see too much of a problem with that. But they act like you gotta live in the local area just to have a shot at the women there. You don't live in the area, that's not gonna work. I see a problem with that. And that's gonna put restrictions on you. What if the people that live in your area you don't find attractive? You may want to go outside of all that. You can't limit yourself to just one area. Okay, sorry, so I just need 10 minutes and I can come talk to you a bit. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Take your time, Cyrus. Take your time. But that is crazy. That is just crazy. Oh man. And you thought America has some crazy dating standards? That's why I say if you want to go overseas, at least overseas, they at least in China, they kind of perpetuate the narrative of people getting married and starting families. They perpetuate that narrative compared to out here in America, where we just don't give a damn about who gets married or who doesn't. It's all about living your best life, yada, 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 shit like that. At least in China, they at least try. The only problem is when it comes to these, what they call these dating setups or whatever, sometimes the results they pull out are no different than the results we get here in America. So yeah, that is kind of crazy. Sorry, I'll explain the purpose of bride prices and why I'm in agreement with it. Okay. Cyrus, please do that. Because, you know, being born in America, I don't understand the whole concept of that. Again, I'm not trying to disrespect the Chinese culture. I'm just saying I don't get it. So please, myself and other American acquiring minds want to know the purpose of that bride price thing. I didn't know that was a thing until I saw this video. So please come up here and explain that to us when you get a chance. Because that is kind of crazy. Okay, let me go find my next video to react to. Okay. All right, here it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta go take care of something real quick. If anybody comes on the panel before I get back, just sit tight. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Sit tight.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
No matter what you do, the darkest side of the night burns like a fire for the wasted life. And there's no way you can fight. Show some respect and try to survive on the darkest side. Neon shadows that point the way never lead you out. It's a game they play. The madness comes and the madness goes. It's a simple world, but it's all they know. You tried to fix it, but there's nothing you can do. You just gotta see it through. The darkest side of the night burns like a fire for the wasted life. And there's no way you can find.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry to keep you guys waiting, but I'm back. All right, until my newfound homegirl Cyrice comes up to explain this whole bride price thing, let's get into our next reaction video. All right, here it is. Okay, this one says, shout out to all Asians. This one says, shout out to all Asians dilemma. This one says, why Chinese over 30 are rejected in dating? The harsh truth. Okay. Let's take a look at this one, shall we?
Seems like even dating companies and
wow, okay, this started without my okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this video. And as a rule, keep the swearing and the nasty words at a minimum. That's my golden rule on this channel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this one. All right, fair use.
Seems like even dating companies in China are rejecting the women who are left out.
Actually, I later thought about it. Why don't the matchmakers want to introduce me to someone anymore? First, it's because I'm getting older. Second, it's not that no one has introduced me to anyone. But rather that I've passed that age. When I was in my early 20s, matchmakers were eager to introduce me to guys every day because they could also get something out of it, like a few boxes of cigarettes. But now people think, what do you want me to introduce? You're over 30 and still haven't gotten married. So you think you're excellent, but actually what you consider to be important, like your annual salary, height, and everything you think makes you a good match. Those who were truly compatible with you have already got married. And the ones who are left are either much younger, or those in your age group are either already married or...
Damn. That's the harsh reality. It's just like over here in America. Damn. Only difference here in America, at least China is upfront and honest about how they look at older women. Here in America, we try to delude our women to thinking that they can still find somebody past the age of 40. Now, don't get me wrong. It's possible for some people to find marriage, find a relationship past that age. Because here in America, we don't put restrictions on when people can find love, at least not innately. Our problem is when you have women with these delusional standards and delusional mindsets, thinking they still got a chance at finding somebody past 35. Because like the woman just said, you think your annual salary, your material possessions, or the fact that you run a big company is going to score you a man past 35, 40 years old? No, it's not. Men in that age bracket are either not checking for you because they already got married to somebody else, or they see you as someone who's so focused on their career that they don't have time for a relationship. I know we have that issue here in America. I'm starting to notice. I notice a lot of older women are too busy working to even focus on themselves. That's why they don't have time to go out here trying to date conventionally. So yeah, that could be a huge problem for people out here in America. And it's a huge problem out there in China as well. And Cyrus, if you're still back there, feel free to come up and explain this whole bride price thing. I need an explanation. That's a nice picture, by the way. Feel free to come up and explain it to me. Until then, I'm gonna continue reacting to this video, but okay, fair use.
I would marry her, but that opinion isn't relevant to the video. Let's take a look at the numbers to better understand what's happening in the matchmaking market in China. By 2024, the sector's revenue is expected to reach an impressive $1.21 billion. This shows that the market is far from slowing down. The forecast is for it to continue growing at an annual rate of 1.29% until 2029. This is a clear sign that the demand for matchmaking services is on the rise.
Yeah, matchmaking services are definitely in high demand here in China. While here in America, I think matchmaking has more or less slowed down here in America, because I read story after story of these matchmakers quitting here in America because the women have unrealistic expectations. They don't want to be traditional, stuff like that. So yeah, they more or less slow down out here in the West, but they're on the rise in China. Damn. So they're just that eager to find somebody, even though they're past the age where you should already be married. All right, fair use.
So, what's driving this transformation? Urbanization is a key factor. Many young professionals are so busy with their careers that finding partners through traditional methods is challenging. And
I could have told you that.
It doesn't stop there. The search for someone with aligned values and life goals is growing. That's why more people are opting for services that offer compatibility algorithms and personalized assessments. While the online dating market continues to grow, traditional matchmaking agencies are also adapting and becoming more selective, especially regarding women over 30. It's a dynamic and evolving market, and these numbers show how much it's expanding.
This dude. Damn ads.
Like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
All right, let's continue. Fair use, fair use.
Now, many matchmaking companies refuse women over 35 years old. Why? In reality, the situation is really not very friendly to them. The fundamental reason for their rejection, in my opinion, is that men who can impress women aged 35 or 36 can also impress women in their early 20s.
There you go. There you go. So regardless of, so it seems like just like here in America, we prefer younger, hotter, sexier, and more fertile women compared to females in our own age range who are older, set in their ways, can't tell them shit, got hella baggage, wasted their best years of their lives doing whatever the fuck with their lives. Now they're talking about they want to get married and start a family. Yep. So I guess the market in China is no more friendly to the older women than it is here in America. So the dating market doesn't look at older women in China any differently than the American dating market looks at older women. But then again, you could argue that hell, even in that, but then again, one could argue that here in America, we're a bit more non-linear with it, because we will still try to help 40 women over the age of 30 to find love, only to give up in the end when they see that they're just not suitable. It can work, but I guess China is just real strict on, you know, these age demographics when it comes to helping them find love. Over 30, it's a done deal for you. But here in America, they may still give you a chance. They may still help you out. It depends on what kind of woman you are. But the narrative still remains the same. Most older men do not want women their own age for various reasons. They're either one, like I said, either one, set in their ways, two, got too much baggage, or three, so focused on their jobs and career, they just don't have time for a relationship. They may have time for a hookup every now and then, but they ain't got time for no committed relationship. And I guess China looks at it no differently. Only difference with America, we still try to push the narrative that women over 35 are still desirable. Women over 35 can still get married, depending on where they stand in society. But I guess in China, it don't matter where you stand. You're just a leftover woman with no hopes at it. I don't know. Maybe someone can explain it better than I can, but that's just my take on the whole thing. But anyways, fair use.
I have worked with quite a few clients like this, and most of their demands are quite strict, and they consider themselves very excellent. A few days ago, a 34-year-old female client contacted me. She said she wanted to find a man aged between 33 and 37. Her requirements were relatively not so harsh. I asked the matchmaker to try inquiring with other male clients, and one response from a male client left a deep impression on me. He said that the mother of the last match he had met was only 39 years old. And the reality is just as mentioned. When we hold offline matchmaking events, I often feel inferior compared to those male clients who are more experienced. Men who are willing to actively engage know they must meet the current societal economic standards for men before they will actively pursue it. In fact, men often analyze their strengths and weaknesses rationally and can clearly see what they truly want. That being said, it's not only the matchmaking market and reality that are not very friendly to these women, but it seems that matchmaking companies are even less friendly. These clients, who are not well regarded by many companies, are often targets for certain matchmaking institutions that use fake profiles to deceive them. The harsh reality is that there are very few suitable men for them, even those in the same age group. These women are often not within the consideration range of potential partners. It's not about selling age anxiety. If you take a look at the matchmaking market in Chengdu, you'll see that for women who want to get married, whether through dating or matchmaking, it's better to start early. It really gets more difficult as you get older.
Yep. It gets difficult as you get older. And that's why I say, like I said earlier, it's best to start young and climb the mountain together. Instead of waiting till you're older, you climb your side of the mountain, he climb his side of the mountain and meet at the top. That's just going to make life difficult for both the man and the woman, honestly. So yeah, it's kind of hard to work around that, I'm afraid. So yeah, China is not too forgiving or friendly when it comes to helping older women try to find a suitable partner, whether it be older men or younger women. But like I said, out here in America, we're a little bit more forgiving, but they wake up to the reality eventually. We try to tell older women that they can still find somebody past the age of 40. I mean, they out here telling older women you can still have kids at 40 and 50 years old just because Janet Jackson did it. knowing damn well they don't have the kind of money or resources Janet Jackson has. So yeah, you could say that American society more or less deludes older women into thinking they can find somebody, or gives them a false sense of confidence, a false sense of hope. Now, granted, can you find love past that age? Yes, you can, but you have to make sure you meet a certain man's criteria. I mean, if you're a good enough person who knows how to handle herself responsibly, maybe you can handle it. So yeah, we are a little bit more non-linear when it comes to older women trying to find love. But when it comes down to it, men would rather have young, hot, sexy, and fertile as opposed to old, not so fertile, and set in her ways. That's just the reality. I guess that's more universal than anything out there. That's the universal concept. Men want young, hot, sexy, childless, or younger, at the very least, younger. It can still get them a family compared to some older woman that's not going to be as fertile. That's just the harsh reality of the whole thing. But I guess China's not that forgiving compared to America. But fair use.
I am 36 years old, and I shared my conditions for a blind date with a matchmaker. But she didn't say anything, just turned around and left. And now she doesn't
What were your conditions?
want to introduce me to anyone anymore. Are my requirements really that high? I truly don't understand. I think my requirements aren't excessive at all. Today, I'm going to share them with you, and everyone can help me assess. My first requirement for the blind date is a dowry of 500,000 yuan.
500,000 US dollars? 500,000?
Why? 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 Why?
Why they gotta make everything about finances? Because like I said before, even if a man meets that financial requirement, why would he pick you? That's something you gotta ask yourself. Why should these men pick you if they meet all your standards and check all the boxes? Give me a valid reason to actually pick you. But okay, fair use.
Women throughout the entire marriage are the ones who give the most, so it's necessary to have some financial security. The second requirement is that the man must have a stable job.
Fair
I don't
enough.
ask for much, just a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan.
You got to put a number on it, honestly? Y'all seriously got to put a number on it.
The man can be divorced and have a child, but it must be a girl. And the child
It must be a girl. So if he's been divorced and had a child from a previous marriage, it must be a girl. It cannot be a boy.
Oh my God! This is bullshit.
Why?
child cannot live with us. She can be raised by the grandparents.
And she can't live with them. Ah, my God. So I guess she doesn't want to be a stepmother. Okay. That's on you, honey. But the whole, it must be a girl. That's what I'm calling bullshit on. And she can't live with you and your new husband. And you, because you don't want to be a stepmother. She has to live with the grandparents. Is that what you're saying? Did I hear that correctly? Let me hear that again. I want to make sure my old ears are not deceiving me. But okay, let's continue. Fair use.
The monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. The man can be divorced and have a child, but it must be a girl, and the child cannot live with us.
And the child cannot live with us. I don't get it.
Why? 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 Why?
Why? Okay, let's hear some more of this. Fair use.
She can be raised by the grandparents. The third requirement is that my mother raised me alone, which wasn't easy, so I want my mother to live with us.
And you want your mom to move in with you. Okay, I've seen parents do that. But just make sure that your mom's not the one running the goddamn household. Make sure it's you and your husband running the household. Because I know here in America, sometimes we have married couples who let their mom or their dad live with them. Only problem is that sometimes they start getting a little overbearing and running the household more so than the parent, more so than the married couple are. You find to listen more to your mother and less to each other. So that can get a little iffy if not done correctly. But let's hear what else she has to say.
Otherwise, the man would be irresponsible and lack filial piety.
So that would make him irresponsible. So, oh my God. So you want your mom to live with you and your man because she raised you alone, and you feel like your man is not responsible enough? Wait, come on.
Live with us. Otherwise, the man would be irresponsible and lack filial piety.
I don't know what the fuck filial piety is, but what makes you think he's gonna be irresponsible? You think he's gonna be irresponsible because your mom's not living with them? Okay, I'm calling cap. Triple cap on that shit.
Stop the cap right now! Stop the cap! No bullshit, bro.
That's cap.
Taylor knew that.
That's cap. I accuse you of capping.
Triple cap on that shit. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? If he's a responsible man, he shouldn't need your mother around to make sure things are going good in the household. Now she's gonna live with y'all, whatever. But why have her move in for that purpose? I'm like, damn. Okay, fair use.
Which is very important. The fourth requirement is that the man's salary should be handed over to me every month.
Hand you over his salary every freaking month.
Oh my God!
Sound like that whole what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine kind of mindset. Ugh, my Lord. You can't make this shit up, people. You can't make this shit up.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
You really can't make this shit up. But anyways, fair use.
Half of the 10,000 yuan I will save, and the other half will be for daily expenses. The fifth requirement is that the man must be at least 1.75 meters tall.
And how tall is that? I don't know how to measure height in meters, only in feet and inches. So how tall is that? Okay, fair use.
Physically well proportioned, with decent looks, no bad habits, a kind heart, and must know how to care for others. The sixth requirement is that he must have a house and a car. I don't ask for much from the car.
Well, having a house and a car, okay. I can already tell I don't meet this woman's requirements like that. Even if I did, why would I go for her? Why should I give you all my money? Damn. I mean, if she's working and has her own and has her own money, why would she need me to hand over all of my money to her? Now she's going to use it for the right things, maybe, but why would I trust that off rip? I'm just saying, fair use.
But the house must be in the city, with at least 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms.
Okay, so you want a 3-bedroom and 2 living rooms. Okay, that's what you may want, but is that what the man really wants? Don't you understand that marriage is about compromising? I don't think she understands. You see, when I hear these requirements when it comes to what women want out of a man, I don't think they understand the basic gist of compromising. They'll talk about everything that they want and what the man needs to bring, but never talk about what they bring to the table and why a man who meets these requirements would be lucky to have her. That's something I've been noticing a lot of with this kind of stuff lately. They rarely explain why a man who meets these requirements would be lucky to have them. Like, for you to require all of that, you better be worth my goddamn time. What if he wants a 2-bedroom? Then what? What if he wants 1 living room? Then what? But I guess if your mom is moving in, I guess a 3rd bedroom would be necessary. But then again, if it's you, your husband, and your mom, you and your husband can have 1 room. Your mom got the other room. So why not just get a 2-bedroom? Why you need a 3rd room for? Is that a guest room? I guess, I don't know. I'm thinking too much into this. It is what it is. Everybody got their reasons, but okay, fair use.
It would be ideal if it were near the city center, because after we get married and have children, it will be more convenient for schooling and the future development of the children. These are my requirements. Do you think they are too high?
Some of them are a bit too high. While some are a bit reasonable, others are just too damn high.
I believe every woman has these needs and thinks about her future.
Correction, you have these specific needs. The basic needs, yes, but the other needs, not so much. Everyone's going to be different.
For women, living well is more about marrying well. So I don't think my conditions are excessive, but the matchmaker said my requirements were high.
You said he cannot. He can be a divorced man, but he cannot have a boy. He must have a daughter, and she can't live with them. Who the fuck says that? Seriously. So you're not trying to be a stepmother. In other words, that's bullshit in my eyes. Where they come up with this shit? Fair use.
And I really can't understand that. Could you help me assess whether my requirements are too much? This year I am 32 years old. As for my criteria for matchmaking, no one even introduces me to potential partners. Are my requirements too high? I don't think they are high at all. Let's take a look. Yesterday, my cousin went to a matchmaking event and made several demands.
Oh yeah.
She said, first, I require a bride price of 320,000 yuan.
Here we go with the bride price again. 332,000 yeni. That's a lot of money. Oh, salute Senta Cole. Unpredictable. Always at your pentacle. Nice of you to join by, my top tier supporter. And how are you doing? And salute to Cyrax. And by the way, Cyrus said she was going to come back up here later and explain to me this whole bride price thing. Because here we go with this again. The bride price. And Cynical, since you just came in, let me explain something. Did you know that in China, they require something called a bride price? What that simply means is if you marry, if you're in China, let's say we're both Chinese. If you and me were to get married in China, I'm taking you away from your family. So that means I got to pay your family a large sum of money as a bride price. It could be anywhere between 100,000, 200,000, whatever the price may be. I got to pay your family a large sum of money just to marry you because I'm taking you away from them. That's what a bride price is based on my understanding. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Ugh. But that's what a bride price is, Cynical, since you just came in to join us. But anyways, fair use.
Because after marriage, I will lose my freedom. I will be the one making the most contributions to the family.
Making the most contributions? I mean, if your husband is working, don't you think both of y'all are contributing to the family? I don't get it. But anyways, fair use.
So I need money as security. Second, the man.
I'm all for you having your own money, but where you talk, it's like you could be doing all the damn work while he's doing nothing. Seriously, marry a good quality man that you know is hardworking, intelligent, and motivated. And he needs to maintain that motivation throughout the duration of the marriage. Don't feel like, hey, he's gonna fuck off one day and slack off one day. I mean, I understand shit happens, but it ain't like if he's a hardworking, disciplined man, he's just gonna wake up one day and decide, I don't want to do my job as a man anymore. And decide to let my wife do everything. No, a disciplined man doesn't move like that. So I don't know what the hell she's talking about. The man must have a monthly salary. Okay.
And should have a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan.
20,000 yuan. Whew.
The man can take care of the child, but it must be a girl, not a boy.
Why the fuck y'all keep talking about they must have girls and no boys? What are y'all? Y'all just don't like boys for whatever. What the fuck is going on here?
Oh my God!
This is just ridiculous. So she wants a girl, not a boy. Seriously. I know I've seen videos of here in America where girls get pissed off when they find out that they're having a boy and not a girl. What are y'all? Y'all just don't like boys or something? Jesus. That lets me know where you stand right there. Okay, shout out to Hans. Excuse me if I say your name incorrectly. Hans Otto Kruger Kathida. He says, big money in the U.S., China's bad propaganda market. Big money in the U.S. is China bad propaganda market. My God, that's one way to put it. I'm assuming that's a Chinese name. And forgive me if I pronounce your name incorrectly, but welcome to the show. And if anybody from an Asian country come up here, please explain to me. Please, let's chop it up about this dating market in China. Let's see if it's any better than here in America. This woman says she wants a man to make a certain amount of money. To make a certain amount of money. She wants to have her own money in case something happens. And she wants to have a girl, not a boy. What the fuck is wrong with these people? I thought here in America we had it bad. Okay, let's continue. Fair use.
After marriage, the child cannot live with us. Third,
okay, well, you know stuff how now I know here in America we say after 18 years old, 18 through 21, it's time for you to move out and get your own place. But you know, it's a lot of times here in America, circumstances don't allow that immediately. So unless you work hard to prepare your child financially to move out, I don't see any, then don't expect them to move out past 18 years old. Because in this country, people live together, live with their parents until they're well into their mid to late 20s. And even if they do move out, sometimes shit happens and they got to move back in with their parents. Yeah, stuff happens. Just to let y'all know, yeah. But she made it seem like it's a must that to get out the house. Okay. It's a must that you get out the house at age 18 years old. Okay. It is what it is. I mean, at that age, you want to be on your own anyway to assert yourself as an adult. But anyways, fair use.
After marriage, I want to bring my parents and siblings to live with me.
And you want to bring your parents to live with you after the child is gone. That's going to be too overwhelming for you and your husband, don't you think? I don't know. Maybe y'all do things a little bit differently. Maybe I'm missing something here, but okay, fair use. Anybody want to chime in on this? Feel free to do so, because I'm listening to this woman's requirements as far as what she wants out of a marriage, a partner, and perhaps I'm missing something here. Maybe y'all can explain it better than I can. I'm speaking from an American's perspective, but maybe anybody that's either been to China or grew up in China or lived out or currently living out there, they can explain this better than I could. What's the purpose in all this? What may seem like madness to me may seem like greatness to y'all. So maybe I'm missing something. So feel free to come up here and explain this to me. But anyways, fair use.
Men who don't care about the family of their partner are irresponsible. Fourth, the man must...
Men who don't care about the family of their partners is irresponsible. I don't see why a man should be. I don't see why a man should do all that. No, he's got a wife to take care of. But okay, maybe y'all do things a little differently, but fair use.
Give me 10,000 yuan of his monthly salary as personal spending money. And
so you got to give you half of his money just so you can spend on whatever the fuck you want to do instead of spending on bills. I'm sorry to keep pausing this, but these women's requirements are just startling. I don't believe this. Okay, fair use.
Another 10,000 yuan for living expenses. Fifth, the man should be over 1.70 meters.
Here we go with the height requirements. And by the way, how tall is the average person in China? I'm just asking. Anybody can chime in on the comments if you've been to China or know someone who or have any Chinese friends or associates. How tall is the average Chinese person? I just want to know, how tall is the average Chinese person? Answer that in the comments for me, or come on the stream and let's talk about it. It's up to you. Because this is just wild. We're talking about height again, but okay, fair use, fair use. Link is right there for anybody that want to come up. Anybody want to come and talk about this with me? Come on, feel free to do so. All right, then. If not, let's continue. Fair use.
Tall, under 36 years old, have a good appearance and good character. Sixth, he must have a car and a house in the city. The house should have at least 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. So do you...
Okay, fair enough, I guess. It ain't gotta be nothing luxury, but hey, fair enough.
Think my criteria are too high? I don't think so at all.
I beg to differ, sweetheart.
What do you think of my cousin's demands?
I think they're full of shit. That's what I think. I'm sorry, but I think her cousin's demands are partly full of shit. But let's continue.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Today I want to share something with you. I was chatting with my mom today and mentioned that in just over 3 months, I will be 26 years old. Then my mom said that there is a woman in our village who is 29 years old and still hasn't found a partner. So she went to a matchmaking event. The person she met was 30 years old. And when they met, the man asked how old she was. She replied that she was 29, and his reaction was quite significant. He said, "Oh, 29 years old. We're not compatible, sorry." And then the man just walked away.
I'm like, damn, bro, she's only a year or two. Wait, she said she's 29 and you're 30. Well, I don't know. She's only a year younger than you, so why would you walk away from that? Oh yeah, that's right. Because in China, anybody over the age of 30 who's single, I'm like, damn. Over the age of 25 is considered leftover. So yeah, I forget. The Chinese are not that forgiving towards older women compared to us Americans. Me personally, if she's a year younger than me, if she's 30 and if she's 29 and I'm 30, I would take her. If I'm 30, if I'm 35 and she's 30, I will definitely take her. Well, as far as because we're in the same age range. But this guy left her even though they're practically in the same age range. I'm like, damn. I mean, how old did she say she was again? Let's look at that again just to be sure.
Woman in our village who is 29 years old.
Okay, so she's 29. Okay.
And still hasn't found a partner. So she went to a matchmaking event. The person she met was 30 years old.
And he was 30, so he's 1 year older than her. Okay.
And when they met, the man asked how old she was. She replied that she was 29, and his reaction was quite significant. He said, "Oh, 29 years old. We're not compatible, sorry." And then the man just walked away.
Why? 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 Why?
I don't get it. She's a year younger than him, so why would he walk away from that? Damn. Oh, salute, Red Lipstick Vibes. How are you doing? Welcome to my show. Glad you could stop by again. Been a long time. Glad you could stop by. But anyways, this 30-year-old Chinese man walked away from a 29-year-old Chinese woman. Why? I don't get that. That's baffling to me. We talk about the women and what they do. Let's talk about that situation. But then again, I just remembered something. Apparently in Asian countries, they look at women over the age of 25 as leftover women. So they're not that forgiving towards them being of that age and not married. Unfortunately, compared to America, where we will be a tad bit more forgiving depending on your circumstances and where you stand in society. Because if I was 30 years old again, I would take a 29-year-old. I guess we don't believe in leftover. Well, in America, we do believe in leftover women. But it depends on where they stand, what they've been through. It ain't just about age, it's about the quality of their lives. Yeah, that's right, Red Lipstick. In China, if you're 25 and not married, you're considered a leftover woman compared to here in America, where I think it's like, what, 30 or whatever the fuck? You're considered a leftover woman. And plus here in America, you and I both know we're more forgiving towards older women compared to China. Like we'll date older women and give them the time of day, but depending on what their circumstances are, where they stand, we may not be a match. It ain't too much about age over here. It's about the quality of their lives. And that's the crazy thing about it. But yeah, this man walked away from a 29-year-old woman just because she was over the age of 25. He's only a year older than her. Ain't that about some shit? So today's topic, we're talking about Big Trouble. I call it Big Trouble in Little China. Dating market. Big Trouble in Little China's dating market. That's today's topic. Talk about how the dating market in China is just as bad, if not possibly worse than it is here in America. But I want to get other opinions on this. So if you want to come up and talk about this with me, feel free to do so. I don't know if you've been to China before, have some Chinese friends or whatever, you've been there, or anybody that's from China currently, I'd say come up here and chop it up with me. Let me know what you think about this whole thing. Let me know what you think about this. Okay, Cyrex said height depending on region. My apologies. I just got home from the farmer's market. I had to settle in. I'm coming up now. Funny video, by the way. Why? Okay. Okay, I was wondering what happened to you. Yeah. Please explain to me what's going on in the China. Well, you're half Chinese, Cyrus, so please explain to me what the heck is going on. Is the dating out there this bad compared to American dating? Let me know, please. But let me know what you think in the comments, or come on the chat and chop it up. But anyways, fair use.
When I heard this, I was shocked and a bit scared because I thought, wow, is a 29-year-old woman already being dismissed like this?
Apparently.
Why? Why? Why?
I found it quite frightening. My mom was very worried and it made me anxious too. I feel like I used to be young, but now I need to face my age. I don't want my romantic life to be a rush. And I also don't want to be a high-risk mother. But what can be done? I believe that matters of love depend on fate, right? It can't be forced. I hope that our future marriage will be happy and wonderful, and not something rushed and done just to please our parents. I saw a video recently that said once a woman is over 30, she is often dismissed and devalued in the eyes of many people.
Yep. See, even she said it. She just confirmed it. She just confirmed
Well, no fucking shit.
it. She just confirmed it. If you're over the age of 30 in China, you're considered a leftover woman. Exactly. Shaking my head. That's exactly my point, Red Lipstick. And if you want to hit the link and come up here, feel free to do so. I'm open to hearing about this. So what do you think about that? Red Lipstick in China, if you're over 30, single with no kids, you're a leftover woman who has no value to a man that wants a family. Ain't that some shit? So yeah, the dating market in China apparently is not that forgiving towards older women who are single and are not already married. Unlike here in America, where we are a tad bit more forgiving towards that. So I guess you could say in America, we're a tad bit more forgiving towards that. But we still look at them as, you know, not being eligible to start a family with. But that's more about the quality of the woman, not so much the age of the woman. Oh, you're driving? Well, when I'm driving, I still be on panels, so I got like a little mount for my car. So unless you have one of those, focus on your driving. You ain't got a mount for your car. Don't try to talk to me while driving at the same time. If you got a mount, hook it up and then talk to your boy. Other than that, drive safely. But now I'm gonna continue. Fair use.
Is that really true? I don't know how you all feel about this. Well, that's it for today's video. See you next time. Bye. A 30-year-old woman with a master's degree in Shenzhen not only has a high level of education, but also earns a high salary, around 30,000 yuan per month. Moreover, she doesn't ask for a dowry. But why, after multiple blind dates, has she still not found a partner? Actually, as a 30-year-old woman with a master's degree, her requirements for a man aren't that high. She has only one requirement, that the man has a house in Shenzhen and has savings during the dating process.
Okay, so he must have his own place. Okay, I guess it's common for people to have their own homes before they get married, so I'm not gonna fault them for that. But at the same time, you know, circumstances do happen. Things do happen, and they can't get their own house immediately. That's why I encourage men and women to kind of come together and build something together so they can get their own place together. Me personally, I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about marriage knowing I got to live at home with my mama. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. But that's just me. Maybe y'all feel differently, but fair use.
Men discover that although this woman earns a high salary, she is quite extravagant and spends money recklessly.
Okay, that's not good. No pun intended, but the price ain't right. The price ain't right.
Despite earning around 30,000 yuan a month, after working for many years, she still has no savings. So after dating her, none of the men want to marry her.
So you're going to spend all your goddamn savings on whatever and mooch off of your husband's savings? Once again, no pun intended. The price ain't right. The price ain't right. Fair use.
Even though this woman doesn't ask for a dowry, the men who go on dates with her are deterred. I remember a male friend telling me that mature men have only two main criteria when choosing a wife.
Oh, do tell.
The first is that the woman should be honest and capable of living a simple life.
Makes sense to me.
Without being impulsive or materialistic.
Yep.
Taking care of the household and sharing the responsibility for both the family and life in general.
So why is it that the man has a more realistic expectation of what a woman should be, but the woman had these unrealistic standards of what a man should be? I mean, the man standards seem simple enough, but then again, as men, we're simple creatures. So yeah, it don't take much for us to be happy, but women want every goddamn thing. But anyway, it's fair use.
In other words, if we have money, we live comfortably.
Yep.
If we don't, we live modestly.
Exactly. We don't put too much emphasis on money like women do. But long as we got money to take care of ourselves and the family, then it's all good. That's how we look at those kind of things. But fair use.
Key is to face life together without complaining. The second criterion is that the woman should have good character,
Exactly.
including good principles and personality.
Right.
Good character means being kind, always having a grateful and content heart. Although everyone is somewhat vain, this vanity should have limits, and it's important to know when to be content. I believe that regardless of gender, marriage is one of the most crucial steps in life. We must carefully consider who we want to spend the rest of our lives with. Financial status and appearance can be considered, but they should never be the main criteria when choosing a partner.
Absolutely. Makes perfect sense to me. Salute to that gentleman, because that makes perfect sense. Live comfortably and being able to live comfortably, have good character. So you live comfortably and have good character and be a modest person. This is what I'm talking about. She spends money recklessly. I'm like, oh, get the fuck out of here. And like I said earlier, even if you met a man that met your requirements, why would he choose you? Why would this gentleman choose you of all the women? Just because he meets all of your requirements. That's something you got to ask yourself. And that's something a lot of women barely contemplate. Why should this man choose me despite me, he checks all the boxes? Because as men, we care more about the quality of the woman we're dealing with, not so much how much money she makes or whatever the fuck. We don't care about her career and all that kind of shit. So yeah, based on my understanding, China is not that forgiving towards older women compared to us Americans, but fair use.
As we saw in today's testimonies, we've reached the same conclusion as in previous videos on similar topics. In the end, what truly drives this dilemma in the Chinese relationship market is often the high standards that women have regarding men.
Yep.
Let's be honest. It's understandable that Chinese men prefer younger women. Even if older women have a good appearance, in the eyes of men, they are still seen as inferior compared to younger women. Why would these men make an effort to meet all the demands of these older women if they can't even give them a child, which is something essential in Chinese culture?
Exactly. Kind of like here in America. When you're past 35, your fertility rate is kind of gone. Your biological clock then ticked to zero. So why should I marry a woman that can't even give me a child? Seriously. So yeah, it's just the same dilemma here in America. Fair use.
Here in the West, we might be more flexible about having children, but for Chinese men, it's more advantageous to meet the demands of younger women. What do you think? To be honest, I still don't have a fully formed opinion on this topic, and I would love to hear your thoughts. If you like this video and want to follow more important
well, that's the video. What y'all thought about that video? Let me know in the comments below what you think about that. And then once again, anybody want to come up? Anybody want to come up and talk about this with me? The link is right up there above. The link is right here for anybody that want to come up and chop it up with your boy. I have one more video for you guys to take a look at. Cyrax, is that you?
Yes, it is.
Oh, how you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing all right.
Welcome back, my lady. So what you thought so far? Today's topic, Big Trouble in Little China's dating market. What do you think about that, being half Chinese and everything?
Well, I'm an American, so I don't really know exactly what's going on over there. But then I could pretty much get I mean, I'm sure there's still when before I say this, the videos that you've been showing, are they recent?
Yep. The one we just saw was like from, I think that was like a week ago or something like that. So they're all pretty recent. All of these are pretty recent, honestly.
Oh wow. Okay, so then it's pretty much it's still practice. Okay. Um. Well, of course, you know how Asians are. They have for the most part, Asians are very much a patriarchy, and yes, if you are a woman and um you hit like a certain age, you're considered an old maid. Um, so your chances of marriage goes down after, I believe, even I would say yeah, after 18, yeah, it starts to go down. No doubt about it. Now, in poor areas, the age of whatever you want, age of consent or age of marriage, tends to go, a lot younger. But and um, and that's where my family is from. They're from a poor area, and so like my mom, she got married like very young,
How
but
young?
then
You don't mind my asking, how young?
she was, let's see, uh, she was 15.
15?
Hmm.
Now that is too damn young to be getting married. I could see if she was 25 getting married, but 15?
Yeah, because when you my my mom, she's from like the mountain areas, and so where you have to go, you have to basically farm, and so yeah, you tend to a woman like right at birth, like you are raised to, as they say, yeah, to be a wife. And so as soon as you start walking, you are already um been given responsibilities. Like I remember my mom would tell me stories, that she, even at the age of like 6 or 7, I mean, girls, they don't send girls to school. For boys, if the parents have a little bit of money, they're able to send their sons to school. But then the daughters, no, they stay home and they learn how to cook, how to clean, how to take care of younger siblings. And I remember my mom she told a story where she had to, yeah, basically babysit, a baby. If she was only like 8, she had to learn how to cook, even at that age. Um, and then once you are old enough to carry, um, I don't know if you've ever seen, but then those basket sort of bags like that they carry in their backs to and go out there and farm, garden, and yeah, and so she married early because it's not so much as like, of course, like she wants to, but that's just the the culture. And so um and yes, there's a a bride price, and the whole point of the bride price is that you know um goes back to what I said about raising the daughter to become a wife. So the reason why he has to pay for her is because once he pays for her, then she goes and lives with him. So basically, like women, we are somewhat treated as like, I know people say property, and I don't really want to use this word, but then I really don't want to use this word, um, but in a way, it does it makes more sense um, if you are from again a poor area, you know, and that's you're basically like a slave because you go and you have to do everything that your new husband tells you to do. So basically, you become you cook, you clean, you do everything. And and however they treat you, it depends solely on how you behave. And so there's no such thing as you can't run back home. No, no. You run back home. Your family will tell you will not open the door for you. Because basically that they sold you off because if
Oh, okay.
uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm so glad you explained that to me because I didn't know what the hell a bride price was until I discovered these videos. Until I did this topic, I'm like, a bride price, which means if I marry you, I gotta pay your family a large sum of money just to take you off their hands. Who does that?
But the see,
That sounds like
and
some prostitution. That sounds like selling.
yes,
That's like selling somebody into slavery or some shit like that. I'm so, that's what it sounds like. I don't know, but maybe y'all do things differently. And as far as the age which your mom got married, from what I understand, I know in some parts of the world the age of consent differs. Did you know that in Bulgaria the age of consent is 14 years old? So that's even worse. People get married at 14, 15 years old in some parts of the world. And that doesn't surprise me much.
yeah, like it's the thing is that it's understandable in like third world countries because they are, it's survival, and so like I completely understand. Although of course we may not, um, it we we may not like it. It's understandable only in those countries where, yeah, they don't have the technology and they're still, having to farm to survive. And so, yeah, like you want to make sure that um, have kids and have enough kids to help you farm so that way you could survive. Now, here in America, that makes, or countries that are becoming more so-called modern and more advanced, then yeah, that's where, it does not make any sense um, for the age of consent to still remain at a young age. And so, um, but anyways, I don't know why I sort of went into the age of consent, but the whole the bride price, yeah, my husband had to pay for me, and yeah, um, I remember I had asked my mom why, because I married someone outside of my race, and even he had to paid for me.
You
Yeah,
don't mind
so
my asking, where'd you meet your husband at? You don't mind my asking?
um, oh here,
I mean, you met him in America. You met him in
yeah,
your own
in my own city.
in what city?
I live in California. I live in the Bay Area.
Oh, so you are living here in the States currently.
Yes.
Oh, okay. But you met your husband back in China or whatever. I'm just asking.
No. Oh no. My husband is of a different race. He's native.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. He's Native American and Portuguese.
Oh, okay, okay.
Even if
I
I
hear
was to marry
native.
someone, even if I was to marry someone of my own race, yeah, of course he would have to pay someone outside of my race. He still had to uh, uh pay um pay the bride price. It's just part of the culture. I know a lot of people, of course, men aren't gonna gonna like it, but again, it's part of the culture, and the reason for it is because, again, yeah, she once he pays for the bride price, she goes and lives with them, and yeah, she takes care of his family, um, and it's not that she can't come back and help her family and stuff. She can. I mean, it all depends on the family, right? If she's close with her family, I'm sure she'll visit her family and stuff like that. But but her responsibility is to his side of the family, not hers.
Okay, so she's more responsible for taking care of the husband's part of the
Uh
family,
huh.
not so much her
Yes.
own family.
Uh huh.
Oh, okay. That sounds kind of dramatic. Again, I don't want to seem disrespectful to the Chinese culture for
No,
calling
no,
out
no.
this nonsense, and you can call it nonsense, but then again, I'm from America where this stuff is not very common.
No, it's okay to, I feel like nothing is above reproach. People could, critique it. I wouldn't take any kind of offense to it. I mean, I even, critique before I got married because I thought it was like I thought it was like stupid. It's like what if he doesn't have the money? Oh well, and you fell in love, and my mom, she's like, nope. Even back, I'm sure this happens back um in China where, sometimes like if if you are wanted by a lot of people, like they could just kidnap you and then send the money to, the parents, and then you're in a way that's sort of like forced, to marry, someone that you don't. Like there's some that will do that. And so if you are like a high, as they call a high value woman, then yeah, where um whether it's your beauty or or you are someone that that works hard, yeah, like someone could just somewhat snatch you, and then they'll send the elders or whatever to your the woman's parents' house, and let them know that, oh, okay, we're marrying your daughter, here's the bride price, and then we'll come back tomorrow and do the ceremony, and and she has no say.
Wow. I know here in America we call that trafficking. My
Yeah.
God.
You can't do that here. Yes, you cannot do that here.
Uh-uh. But I guess when you think about it, maybe there's a method to y'all marriage, because here in America we don't value marriages like we used to. Yes, people are still getting married, but here in America we consider marriage slavery. The woman got to cook, clean, take care of the household. That's a slave mindset. That they consider such things being a slave to a man. So what do they rather do? Work, go to school, do this, that, and the third until they're damn near 30 years old, as they call it in China, leftover women, and then want to go find a man. Now, like I said earlier, here in America, we're a bit more forgiving towards older women being single and childless. I prefer older and childless compared to a 35-year-old woman who's a single mom with 5 kids. To me, those are what you call leftover females. If you're over 30 with 4 or 5 kids and you're not married, then you're considered leftover. It ain't about your age, it's about the quality how you take care of yourself. Hell, you could be 21, 22 years old, a baby mama with 5 kids, and you're still considered leftover and devalued women. So we're a bit more forgiving as far as age is concerned. We look at the quality of how you live your life.
Right.
So yeah,
And
we are more forgiving over here.
most definitely. Yeah. I mean, I understand that like it doesn't the bride price doesn't really work with today's time, or especially here in America. Um I'd say that it would, it would make more sense. It would even make sense for a bride price, like if you lived in the major cities in China, like Beijing and Shanghai, where there's it's easy to make money and stuff like that. But there's there's a reason I agree with it, because there's a purpose to it. The amount depends on the quality of the woman. And so there are some cases where a man would marry a single mother, right? Of course, he's not gonna he won't be paying full price for her because she's a single mother.
Right.
And so yeah, so the price depends solely on the quality of the woman. Of course, no parent's gonna be like, I want 20,000 for my daughter. Like that's just stupid. But then there are some that will sort of ask for that because that may be their only daughter, or they know that their daughter is of high quality, as in someone that listens, submissive, that's not gonna that will provide the man with a great life like that. So yeah, there's all these little stuff that does factor in. But then I understand that men would not like, they are not open to it, or they don't like it because it is a big price, because they feel like it's like, why should I have to pay for another person, which is again understandable. But the reason why I see that there's a use for it, it's because it takes a lot for a man to earn that kind of money. And so yes. And so it's like with any kind of thing, like if you spend a lot of money on something, you tend to value it more, right? Like it's not something that you would just leave it right there, or to rot or to dust or whatever. You're going to make sure it stays, make sure you cleaned it, make sure it's nice and, pristine and all that. Make sure you, and so that's the whole point of paying the bride price. Do you get what? I don't know if I'm saying, I'm coming out, what I'm saying is clear.
Okay, that's all well and good, but to put a price on how much you love somebody, I guess that's where I have the problem. I mean, if I love you, I want to marry you. You know, you meet my standards realistically, and I meet your standards realistically. Then that should be okay. Why would when we start putting numbers numbers on our relationship? That's when things get a little iffy, and that's a problem here in America as well. He got to make this amount of money. He got to be this height. He got to live in. He got to have a house with 2 or 3 bedrooms. You start putting numbers on this shit. That's when it gets a bit iffy.
No, see, with that stuff, I think that's just. I'm sorry. I think that's just silly. I don't. That must be like a new thing because I've never heard of stuff like that. Oh, he has to be this height. He has to make this amount of money. Yeah, I think that must be a new thing that's going on over there because China has started to it's slowly pulling itself out of poverty, and so I'm just assuming that it's a new thing over there. But the way how the whole point of the bride price is just a set price. It has nothing to do with height. It has nothing to do with how much you make. If you can, if you want my daughter, you just pay. You pay the price, and that's it. Doesn't matter if you're short, tall, big, skinny. If you're able to pay for it, then you get her.
I guess so. But yeah, I didn't. Again, I'm just now learning about this stuff in China from watching these videos. I think another content creator covers some of this stuff as well. Shout out to him. But I didn't know any of this stuff until I took a look at some of these videos. It's like, dang, I thought America had it bad when it came to the dating market and matchmaking and trying to find suitable husbands or wives. I thought it was bad here in America because out here we're more liberated. It's like liberation has basically dominated the American society. If you're 35, married or not married, oh well, you're still a good woman depending on how you take care of yourself. Because like I said, we're more forgiving out here. You're 29 years old with no kids and unmarried. We're not going to judge you too harshly, but we are going to wonder what the heck you've been doing. Some man going to want to be with you, even if it's not for a relationship. You're not going to be dismissed and like, go jump down a rabbit hole or go jump down a manhole cover. I don't want you. No, we don't do that here in America. We learn how to move with our settings. So that's kind of how we do things over here. Well, you probably already know this because you probably already are aware of this, that we're a little bit more forgiving compared to how the China do it.
I'll tell you this. Now again, this differs from region to region, but with my culture, with the whole bride price thing, the divorce rate is less than 5%. It's less than 5%. I would even say like 1%, if anything. But I'm gonna be generous and say about 5%. Like you don't get married. I mean, you don't get divorced because again, because they paid a price for you. Then you as a woman, you are taught that when he pays for you and you go and you get married, that is your family. You're supposed to take care of your family. Behave well. Make sure you cook, you clean. And make sure you love him. Make sure you love your mother and father-in-law. Make sure you help take care of his siblings. And so so that is her that becomes her new duty, is to take care of his family. And of course, if she does well, then she doesn't get set back. And if she does well, that also that doesn't tarnish like her family's name. Like like all that is taken into consideration. Like she can't just go and live with them and then just do whatever she wants. No. She can't do that. She has to know that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, I mean, when you consider the state that our society is in, maybe there's a method to that madness. It may seem like madness to us here, here out here in the West, but maybe there's a method to why different regions do that. because they put more emphasis on women starting a family. They put more emphasis on women wanting to bear children while they're still young and in their prime. They're putting more emphasis on, you know, doing things the right way, according to the good book, you know, get married, start a family, build a lineage. Compare that to the West, where we don't care about marriage anymore. Women, men and women just want to be free and have consensual premarital sex all over the place and just give babies all over the place. This man is a single father with 4 kids, about 4 different women. You're a single mom with 5 kids by 5 different men. That's the state of our society. So when I factor in those things, I think maybe there's a method to Chinese madness for, you know, perpetuating marriages and traditionalism. It may be a little overboard, but hey, at least it's going, it's kind of going in that traditional direction to keep women in there, you know, keep women and men in their places. I'm gonna say it like that.
Yes. You know, because
As
that's
a man, I'm the provider, the builder, the protector. As a woman, you're the cultivator. You're like the cultivator of society. Here in the West, women want to be everything from builder, provider to cultivator, the whole 9. They want to be for the streets and just have fun with as many men as they possibly can with no consequences. And if they ever lose their homes or whatever, they're free to go back to their parents whenever the fuck, for the most part. I've seen too many females who, I don't know, get evicted or they can't pay their bills, they go right back to their families' homes, or they try to live off the government. I talked about that in a previous live, living off of the government. Yeah. At least with y'all don't emphasize that kind of, y'all try to put emphasis on women trying to be responsible wives and men try to be responsible husbands for the foreseeable future. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry, you were saying?
I think the reason why there's like there's a lot of problems because like it doesn't because of the times. Like here in America, we are given freedom, right? We are given the choice to do whatever we want. So, you know, although I said like back in my parents' like hometown, the divorce rate is super low. But then if I was to what is the divorce rate here, you know, of my people here in America, the divorce rate has gone up because of the laws that and the protection that women are given. So, you know, the divorce rate has gone, you know, I'm speaking only in America. I would even say like up to like it went from like less than 5% to, I would even say like 20 to 30%, because women are given, you know, the rights to do whatever they want. So yeah, if a man, you know, if her husband mistreats her, then she could just go, okay, I'm divorcing you. Back at home, like if say a man were to like was it like an abusive, you know, she is allowed to run back home, but then, you know, this is where Asia, they focus a lot. They focus heavily on family and, you know, community. Where you know, if he's been really like abusive or whatever, you know, he gets like reprimanded by you know, the elders and stuff like that, and then they try to work things out, and then of course she goes back home, and usually it only takes that one time for him to like stop like hitting her or whatever. But of course he also gets reprimanded. It's like, you know, what are you doing? You know, are you not doing something? Is that why he's doing this to you? So they both get reprimanded because, you know, any kind of like conflict, it's gonna look poorly on the whole family. So, you know, it's all about just like peace and coming together. And yeah, again, you know, they focus highly on family values. When they don't like divorce because again, it gives the family a bad name, because of course, what does divorce mean? You know, that means that you have your inability to make things work within your own home. It means that you're incapable as a man and you're incapable as a woman. You know, nobody wants that name. And so whenever there's conflict, you know, of course, you know, elders get involved, both get reprimanded and are told to, you know, change their ways and try to improve and, you know, make it work. And so
oh yeah, it does make sense. Now granted, I don't take too kindly to men putting their hands on women. I don't take the kind of women putting their hands on men. So abusive relationships are one thing. Yeah, you should get a divorce, but a lot of times you don't see that. A lot of times here in America, this may not apply to everybody, but a lot of times in America, women will get married or get with a guy, get bored with him, and then divorce him just because she feel like she missing out on something, or she listens to the wrong kind of people who try to convince her to leave her husband for somebody better, aka the whole sisterhood dynamic. You know, you listen to a bunch of bitter women who are single, don't have a man, or they got multiple men that serve multiple purposes, and you're in a happy relationship. They're trying to fuck it up for you. So you got that happening. So they get divorced way quicker here in America because there is no law. There is no law because the laws benefit the women more so than the men. If she can win, get child support, get alimony, get custody of the kids, yada yada yada, unless a man go above and beyond to prove that he was the innocent victim in all this. That's how it works here. That's how they're working here in America.
Yeah, like the thing is that, you know, there's like if say a woman doesn't want to marry the man anymore, she wants to run back home, and if her parents are okay with it, he has to give the money back, the bride price. They can't keep it because she didn't
Oh,
honor
okay.
her.
So
Yeah, she didn't honor
if
her
a
end of the deal.
okay, so if an Asian couple get married and get divorced, she can go back home, but they got to refund him the bride price money back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, I don't know. I still say it's ridiculous, but at least he gets the money back if things don't work out. I mean, why should I give your family thousands of dollars just so I can marry you and live happily ever after, knowing that there's no guarantee it's gonna be happily ever after? At least he gets the money back. Now, do you give it to them in monthly installments or all in one sitting? Because I can't imagine that amount of money and no all in one sitting. You know, y'all Asians do make hella money compared to us out here with y'all advanced technology and shit.
It all depends on how you got. If they paid up front, then yeah, you're gonna have to give all you know, all up front. If they were making, you know, installments, then you just give back whatever that, you know, you give back in installments. And so it all depends. You know, of course, it just has to be fair. Otherwise, one will be scamming the other, right? And that's not the whole purpose of, you know, of marriage. And so, most likely, you know, if the guy's family paid up front, then and she didn't honor her deal, her side of the deal, then yeah, her parents have to pay back. Which is why, like most of the time, you know, her parents will make her go back home because I'm sure because most of the time the money, you know, have already been, you know, used or spent. And so they will, yeah, try to convince the daughter to go back if it's not anything like um you know, too serious. You know, there's no such thing as I don't like him anymore, I don't love him anymore. No, no, no. You know, it's just no. They they don't care about that. No, no. You know, it's duty over so-called love. You know, better learn to love him.
Learn to love him, or
Mhm.
learn to love her. That's the thing. That's why you have to vet somebody.
Uh-huh.
You should learn to love somebody before the marriage, not during, not while you're already balls deep into it. Because if you don't love that person before the marriage, then that ain't gonna change once y'all get married. There needs to be some sort of emotional, physical, and of course, sexual investment before the marriage happens.
It's a little bit tricky because, you know, I'm um like again here in America we are allowed to somewhat date. Um Sometimes I have a hard time talking about this because me when I was like when I was you know, when I was 18 and stuff, that like times has changed so much in just a decade. The dating dynamics and stuff like that. Like back then when I was, you know, in my like 10 years ago, um we weren't like allowed we were allowed to somewhat like date as in like go eat out, but then that was it though. We have to be back sorry. We have to be back like by a certain time. We cannot like there's no such thing as spending, you know, going like on a trip with them, like spending the night. We can't do that because if my parents found out that I spent the night at his house or whatever, yeah, I can't come back home. I have to marry him. You know,
Damn.
yes.
Now here in America, we
My
call
second oldest sister,
yeah.
that happened to her.
Yeah, here in America, we call that oppression. But again, maybe there's a method to that madness because I'm pretty sure you know, so but a lot of time when these women be, you know, when I'm gonna say when men and women be taking these little trips and be gone for 2 days, 3 days, or whatever, flouncing around with each other, you know what the heck they're doing. They're doing a little something freaky, and that's how STDs and unwanted children are created. So I guess there's some sensibility to that. Like, no, you're not spending night at this boy house, or you and this guy are not gonna go no 2 or 3 day trip for like that. Because that's what can most likely happen. Maybe if we enforce that here in America, we would have less of this bullshit happening. But that's just my opinion on it. Because you know what happened when we all go on these little girl trips and whatever the heck.
And that's the thing. I think it could just, in order to fix this problem that we have here in America, I'm all for like a female like liberation and all that, but at the same time, that does not mean that you should you should just sleep with whoever that you want, because I'm a big believer in that that if the more partners that you sleep with, it devalues you as a person.
Exactly.
And so a guy is not gonna look at you the same because you've been with a lot of partners. And so like even at an early age, that's one thing that my parents taught us as women, that we have to value ourselves. It's like if you don't value yourself, how do you expect a man to value you? You know what I'm saying? So value yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's how we do it over here again. And maybe and one thing I've noticed is that it's like out there in China, even if you're an older woman with a low body count, or you're still a virgin past 25, 26, 27 or whatever, they still look at you as a leftover female. So like you said, it's all about quality. If you're 25 years old but you got all these bodies, you're degrading yourself. But I guess out there, just being 25 and unmarried is devaluing. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's a matter of opinion, but that's something I've noticed. Y'all put way more emphasis on a woman's age and less about the quality of what she's been doing with herself compared to how we do it out here in America. Because like you said, a 30-year-old woman with a high body count is not going to be valued by a man. That's just the way that works, I'm afraid.
China is currently going through what we're going through right now, as in it's when the times are changing, but then the traditions are not changing with the times, and so that's why they're having this problem. The parents still have like an old way, the traditional way of thinking that if she's not married by a certain age, then she's considered an old maid. But then the thing is that you don't need to marry at a young age anymore, because because you could work now. You don't have to work in the fields. You don't have to you don't have to work as hard to earn money. And so they should not the older generation needs to realize that, and not shame the women as much just because she's not married yet by the age of 18 or whatever. And that's why I started off this conversation talking about my mom, where the age of consent was very young, because it was survival. Now in China, it's not some again, depending on the region, because China's it's huge. In the well-off areas, like the major cities, there's no reason why they should still have the old the old mindset that if she's a certain age, then she's considered an old maid. Because women they are allowed they're allowed to go to school. They are women are girls are valued just the same amount as the boys. They go to school together, just like America. And so they sort of need to look at it the same. But then what the answer to this problem that we're having here also, I've thought about it, and I don't know. I haven't come up with a good solution for that will satisfy both sides. Let's just say that, because they say, oh, women, they said the women, oh, they're old, they're this and that. The men there aren't doing that that well. Because women are allowed to work, and and are seen as equal, they expect a little bit more. And not just that, because of the internet, we are exposed to a lot of things. We're given more choices, and so because with more choices, it's going to come with more headaches um, because because when you think that you're satisfied with this product, then you see someone else carrying a product that's a little bit like yours, but has more bling on it or something, and then that's going to cause contention within you because you think that yours is not good enough anymore, and so you want what they have, and it's because of exposure and the um and the amount of choices that we're able to pick from, and that's what I think caused the whole turmoil. I hope I'm coming across,
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah,
I
that
mean,
does
English
make
is my
sense when
second
you put it
language,
like
but
that.
uh,
Yeah, it makes sense when you put it like that because I was told that in some cultures, boys are allowed to go to school and get education, while girls have to stay at home and take care of the family and possibly raise their siblings and all that stuff. That
yes,
that applies in some culture, but I guess over time, by allowing boys and girls to go to school, I guess we see no point in judging women for being older and not married. 'Cause they're much like the guys, they're focusing on school, they're focusing on education. It's just too much distractions. I mean, I guess when you think about it, if you're a young girl, like in middle school or whatever, and all you do is just sit at home, take care of the family while your brothers go to school, there's no excuse for you to being in your 20s and still not found a man. Because if anything,
yes,
it's your brothers who are distracted with daily life occurrences and trying to take care of the family. That's your brothers. So of course they're going to be distracted. But you as a woman, you shouldn't be distracted because you didn't have and had to deal with all that. But
hmm
now I'm gonna say for the last 40, 50 years or so, women can work as much as men. So they're just as distracted as the men are. So that's why
yeah,
here we're a bit more forgiving. Of course, we don't let them get away scot-free because we're going to question why are you 35, 36 years old, still don't have children. You've been and we reached the conclusion that these women wasted their youth doing this, that, and the third, smoking, drinking. Some of them smoke, drink, party all throughout their 20s, working and going to school. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for women getting educations. I support the idea of females getting degrees and all that kind of stuff, but that's not the foundation of what makes you a good woman to a man. That's why I don't like hearing all this bullshit. Oh, I got 5 degrees in this. I make this amount of money. I don't give a rat's ass if you own the entire city hall building. That's not going to make me want to be in a marriage with you. Seriously. That's the part where I get upset, thinking that defines whether or not you're fit to be a wife to somebody. Usually that's something men are required to have: the house, the job, the car. But now women feel like they got these things just like men, so they're eligible for relationships. No, that's why I tend to have the issue. You can't put yourself on par with a man as far as wanting a relationship is concerned just because you got material things. So I feel
right,
like women are more distracted now than they were back then, compared to
definitely.
other regions. Yeah.
I think we're see the I don't sometimes I don't like it when people refer to as like a modern thing. Maybe it is considered, a modern thing where, yeah, women are allowed to go to college and yeah, make their own money, and then they'll throw their degrees, in a man's face and, say this and that. The thing where I think it's lost is that the whole point of letting women go to school and work is to better herself, is to raise her 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 the remember, like I said, the bride price depends the quality of the person is to raise your quality, so that way when you get married that you have enough, you have good qualities to qualities are like like tools, right? Tools in your belt, and so when you get married, and if like you were to fall on harsh times or whatever, you have tools to help you and your family make it in this world, whether it's to help provide um, for your family, to help help provide for your kids. That's the whole point of allowing women to go work, to go to school. It's not to, to throw in the man's face and be like, no, you have to listen to me because, I have a college degree and you don't, or, I make more than you. No, the whole point of a woman, again, I thought that, the whole liberation, the women's movement is to allow her to work, to better herself, so that way she could help herself and her family make it in this world, because life is tough. Doesn't matter where you live, whether you live in a third world country or in America. I mean, we have poverty here. You know, even like right now, where you need two people to work to survive, especially here in California. And so the whole point of going to college is to better yourself, so that way you could find a better paying job, and you could help your husband support the family. It's not to Again, it's not a competition. It should never be seen as competition, because you are not supposed to compete with the man. You're supposed to compete with the other women for for a man, and then in hopes, again, you want, the whole point of it is to improve yourself, so that way you could snatch yourself a good quality man, and try to make it try to survive in this world. Have kids and settle down, and hope that you don't have to rely on anybody else except for just you and your husband and your kids, and make enough so your kids could depend on you. You know, and so I
I
don't
mean,
know
it
how
makes
like all this gets lost.
it makes plenty of sense when you put it like that, and that's the way it needs to be. It's to help women, like you said, educate themselves so they can survive on their own terms, and when they meet a man, they can work together. And I can't say this is a modern concept, but this concept been going on since, I don't know, the 60s or 70s or whatever. So it's really nothing new. I just think it's gotten worse and worse over the last 40, 50 years or so. So it's not a modern concept, just a concept that kind of evolved, and not for the best. Because nowadays you got women that think, yeah, they make money, they don't need a man, they don't need a husband, they can be single moms and raise a family all by themselves, all because they're doing the same things a man is doing, working and going to school, or they, like I said, waste their youth doing these things, and then when it's time for marriage, no man is checking for them unless it's just for a fling. And don't get me wrong, I have nothing against older women. Seriously, I was 26, 27 dealing with females in their early to mid 30s. So they're pretty good people. Did we have a relationship? No, I didn't go that far, but I had a good time with said ladies. I can't say they were bad people. Because like I said, here in America, we don't write you off as an undateable, low-value woman just because of your age. It's the quality of who you are. If I see some bad qualities, then you're considered low value or leftover woman. So we're more forgiving towards age, more so than the Chinese are. So that's a big difference here. I'm pretty sure you noticed that as well. I know
Yes.
plenty of older females who are good to hang out with, even if they're not relationship qualified. After all, liberation and everything,
I mean, we are, it's in our DNA to procreate.
Yeah.
It is. And so, yeah, like if a woman has not, settled down and had kids by a certain age, it is logical to think, like, what's wrong with her? How come she's not, because there should be at least one person in this world that would want to marry you. But then, because of the times, women are given rights to choose whatever they want to do, and so yeah, women aren't. Um, I understand what, because I do hear women, they say, oh, I don't want to settle down, I shouldn't have to settle for, but this is where, like, she has with that, I think has to do with mindset. Um, she thinks that she is more valuable than, the average person. But then again, we are all average people. Just because she went to college doesn't make her higher than the man. You know, Even if she is the same as the man, women, we lose our value as we grow older. It don't matter whether we're married or we have kids or not. As we grow older, we lose our value. It is what it is. That's just how it is. And I know a lot of women that may not like hearing that, but that is the truth. We lose we lose our value as we grow older. And so, my mom, I remember my parents used to always to tell me, don't wait till you're later in life to marry because then you're full of fishes get smaller and smaller and smaller. And like why I mean there's science to even prove that, as in the whole, you shouldn't be having a baby at a certain age because then you're going to have complications. Like why would you want complications? You don't. You want to be able to have babies, just, naturally, and then have a few without it having such a big taking such a big toll on the body, you know. And so why would you want to wait later on to have to get married and to have kids? You want to be there. You want to make sure that your energy is there when as the kid grows, you know. You don't want to be like 50 and then your child's 10 or something like that, you know. How are you going to be
Right.
able to run with the child, you know? And so that makes like no sense. And you don't want just one, you want a couple. And so I guess that's where the whole like women are like, oh no, I don't want that many kids. Oh, I don't want this. But that's the thing though. They are not people that don't want to get um with men. I think it's how should I say this? It's more forgiving on the men's part if like they don't want to get married till like until like much later in life because men because men are the one that does that can marry, anyone. Women, we're the one that has to be picked. So it wouldn't serve us to wait so long to get married. You know, who's gonna want to pick us at an old age? Like no one. But because we don't men are the I forgot how Kevin Samuel said I don't agree with a lot of stuff he said, but there's a few stuff that I believe I totally agree with them, and it's the whole like when women provide access to sex and the men provide access to marriage. Yeah, I
Yep.
think yeah, and yeah, that's always how how it's been. Men are the ones that pick, and so of course you want to be picked because um you don't want to be old and alone. Like people really need to go visit like old folks home. They really do. You know, like you hear stories all the time about, these older women that, have no family, no one to come visit them. You even hear like stories of, of old women, and even like some old man, by themselves living in the apartment, dying and no one, because they don't have family or friends, no one checks up on them until, the neighbor starts to like smell something funny.
Yep, that
By that time,
happens.
yes, it's what if like you get into a car accident going to work or whatever, and you have to be at the hospital, and then there's nobody to visit you, like laying at the hospital bed by yourself, no one visiting you. It's the most it's the most depressing feeling ever. Like and
Yeah,
people
it is
think that
very
they could,
depressing.
yeah, they think
And
that
to
they can
your
handle it,
point,
but that it's not.
now to your point, yes, that is very depressing. You're older, you don't have anybody in the event that something happens to you. I can understand all that, but you have to understand because yes, I've heard stories of men who die alone as well, as well as some women who die alone as well. But the thing is, as men, we have to always prepare ourselves for this possibility of dying alone or not having anybody by our side. Because while I hear stories of men while I hear stories of men who die alone because they don't have anybody to die next to, I've also heard stories of men who have girlfriends or wives, but then when they become incapable or whatever, either through an accident or through an illness, the girlfriend or wife leaves them for somebody else. So you can't just trust that someone's gonna stick by your side through thick and thin. I've literally heard women say, like in these spaces, for example, if my husband gets sick, I'm just gonna go find somebody else. Hell, there was a Kendra G video some years ago about a woman that was trying to find a new love while her elderly husband was in hospice care at the damn hospital. Instead of being by his side, she on a dating show. So you got to watch out for that kind of mess as well. You can't trust everybody to be by your side through thick and thin. So that's something most men have come to accept over time.
I I totally get that. I used sometimes I would joke with my husband, like if there's ever, he ever gets injured at work and he becomes paralyzed, straight to the, you know, to the like old folks home, not old folks, where they take care of you know take care of people with disability, because I'm not going to deal with any of that. I mean, it's a joke, but then but
What? Why
I
would
would
you do
definitely.
that to him?
No, I wouldn't. But then but the thing is that I feel the reason why I think a lot of men are um how should I say this? Only those that aren't too sure about the love of their partner will have that fear. If you know that you've been doing everything right, that you know your partner, and there's love and support with one another, you don't have to worry about that. The story that you said about the lady from Kendra G, like that they're that like that the love. I don't know if there was love there in the first place, but you know if you truly love someone, you would not abandon them. You would be there and you would take care of them through the thick and thin. That's the whole point of coming together. That's the whole point of marriage. Is to, is to be together, to overcome obstacle together. To take care of one another through sickness and in good health and in bad health. It's not to oh, it's just so if you can't do anything for me, then bye. It's like then you were never in love with that person to begin with. And so a lot of times people, I feel like they start to get like lazy. Um, they think that just because they're married that, oh, you're supposed to do this. Oh, you're supposed to do this without even like putting in much effort. Like marriage is work. Everything is work. Just because you slap on the label that you're married, that doesn't mean that okay, I do my own thing, you do your own thing, whatever. We have kids. No, you're supposed to make sure that the love is strong, so that way when something comes, your strong love will overcome it. But people nowadays, I feel like are yeah, they're lazy. They don't care to work on their marriage, their relationship. They think that by just going out watching a movie is good enough. No, marriage involves getting to really know your partner. You know, making sure that your partner will be there for you. And that's the thing. People don't do that. They don't they don't care um to know their partner that well. They just do the basic, as in eat, sleep, and sex, and pop out kid and take care of the kid, and that's it. And then they wonder why the marriage doesn't work. That's just my
Yeah,
opinion though. That's just how I feel.
yeah. All I can say is well spoken, well spoken.
Like
Well spoken.
I do understand that there's a lot that goes on. People are tired because they're working long hours. you know Kids crying, and there's a lot of demand in this um during this time. Like I completely understand that, but that's why when you get married, you both have to make sure that this is what you're facing. Like people needs to stop being so oblivious to what's going on around them. you know Times are tough, and you have to you're gonna have to put in extra work. If you don't think you could do your side, like mow the lawn or stuff, make sure you make enough so you pay someone to like mow the lawn, so that way you don't have to. But that's not to say that you're just gonna pay for everything to get to have work done for you. But I'm just talking about the little stuff. But what you can't ever throw money at is relationships, as in the 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 personal connection between your loved ones, whether it's your spouse and your kids. Like parents need to spend more time with their kids. And they wonder why kids are having like mental problems or emotional problems. It's because why you don't think that they experienced trauma, but then to them they've experienced trauma. It's like, because yeah, parents are not spending time with the kids. Parents are, we have become more um um like we care for more material things than actual like relationship, actual bond. you know That's why like everything is like falling apart. Money is not, but you do need money to survive in this world because everything costs money. But what matters, what should be at the very top, is family. Again, family values. That should be. You should never put money above, family. Live within
Absolutely.
your means. You know.
And let me say, shout out to Classy Perspective for stopping by. He says he agrees with you. Yep, you're
Oh, thank you.
absolutely right. Yeah, everything you say is true. And that's why I told you, yes, you said money is important, but damn, people like to put a price on everything. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. I guess that's why I tend to have the problem. I mean, nowadays you got, I'm talking young women talking about, oh, don't talk to me unless you cash at me first. I was on a dating
That's
app the
crazy.
other day. I went to Facebook dating app. I went to this Facebook dating the other day. A woman said, "You want my attention? Cash at me." Really? So you're gonna put a price on? You're gonna put a price on your attention? It's like we turned dating into a pay-for-play method or a trick-off method. Seriously, if I want to trick off, I'll go to the damn gentleman's club for that. I shouldn't have to go to a genuine place, to genuine, open places, cordial places, just to and find that kind of stuff.
I'm gonna say something that's sort of women are not gonna really like, but I feel like
Go ahead. I said enough shit on this show that women don't like anyway, so you're no different. Go right ahead, speak your piece.
I do believe that men are the actual, men are leaders, and if men want women to shape up, men have to start holding a standard. If you hold a standard and put your feet down, women, we have no choice but to oblige, because again, we are the one that wants to be picked. We're not the one that's picking you guys. You guys are the one that's picking us. And so if you want us to, to be a certain way, then you have to demand for it. The reason why I feel like we have this problem, why women could be like, yo, you want to talk to me? Cash at me. Because men have cash apped her. So
I'm pretty sure they have. And
exactly.
And this is why I hold men accountable. I tell any man, stop simping for these kind of women. You're gonna trick off women, go to the damn strip club and do that kind of stuff. But to be doing all that, sending women money online, that's doing too much. You're blowing up her ego, because now she's gonna think, well, if this man send me this amount of money, I can get any man to do that. So I tell any man, please don't do that kind of shit. Please, seriously, don't be doing that kind of. Do not do that. If she wants money in exchange for her attention, tell her to fuck off.
Of course, you would want a woman to know better and to not pull that kind of shit, because because doing that, well, I don't know if she even knows, but it definitely devalues her, But
exactly,
you want a woman, you would think that, oh yeah, an adult woman would know that, but but if say she doesn't, the one thing that could get her to realize what she's doing is wrong is if the men don't pay her any mind. The men don't, men needs to stop feeding into that. That's the reason why women have gotten the way they sort of gotten to, because there are, I guess you could call them like simps or whatever, that have given into her. But then the odd thing is that it's the simps that are giving it to her, but then yet she thinks that that's like a good thing, that's raising her value when it's not. And so I do see a lot of women thinking that they're bigger than they are, and demanding a lot of stuff. But that's why just don't give it to her, and so that way let her keep thinking the way she thinks, and and then when she becomes 40 and alone, and nobody wants them, then she'll realize it. Sometimes people, you're just gonna have to let them realize it, at whatever age that they realize it. Like, you can't save everybody. Go on to the next one. Like, she's not the end of the world. There's plenty of good women out here. But then they keep, for some reason, they keep going after the women that tends to put themselves out there. But then the women that put themselves out there are the one that demanding a high price for um for even though they're not worth that price. I'll just say it like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that's what the dating market has kind of turned into. I mean, seriously, why should I pay for your time when I can just go to the gentleman's club and pay for some actual entertainment? Seriously. Now, I don't consider
Exactly.
going to a I don't consider going to a gentleman's club tricking off females as bad because you're paying for literal entertainment. You're just gonna go up there, get your rocks off, and then keep it moving. You're gonna put on a show for me, and then we keep it moving. We're not gonna give each other the time of day. But we're talking about situations where a man's trying to legit meet somebody, whether it be in real life or on a dating app, and they're putting a price on their time and attention, as opposed to just entertain. I'm like, oh, that's how far we've fallen. And I
Yeah,
think
because
technology is not making things any better because now thanks to dating apps, we ain't got to go outside to meet nobody. Gone are the days of, meeting somebody in your neighborhood or meeting somebody at school, at church, or within your village, or you live in a village or mountain village, meeting somebody within your own community. Those days are more or less on life support. Now I'd rather just go online and talk to people and let that be our source of entertainment. I have no problem with people using online dating sites. I personally don't subscribe to them like I used to, but don't let that compensate for meeting people up close. I still got to get my ass outside and go do something. I can't just sit my ass in the house all day. Even on my off days, I don't like to sit in the house. I got to go do something. Don't be that guy that sits in the house or that person, that woman sitting in the house relying on online entertainment 24/7. That's not me. I couldn't do that. I'm sorry. I got to do something with myself,
exactly. I was about to, talk about that. What's
Go
worse than
ahead.
anything is a person that, that's going through life with no sense of purpose and no sense of purpose and with no intentions. And and I think that's what's wrong with this, with our country. A lot of people they are not intentional with what they want to do. They don't they're just going through life, going through the motions, and that's why they're not getting the results that they want. If you are intentional with, with what you want to do with your life, then more than likely you will get what you want. And so, because people are, again, they're short-sighted, they're blinded by, too many options that, yeah, they get lost and they lose their sense of purpose. And when you lose your sense of purpose, you walk around this world with, with, again, unintentional. And people should be more intentional with what they, with how they live, what they do, with their life. If you say my goal is to, to go to college, to make sure I have a good paying job, and you wake up every morning with that in mind, more than not, you are going to complete it. My end goal is to, find a good wife and have kids and settle down. Then, and you focus on that and you make sure you keep that at the forefront. More than not, that is going to happen for you. And with a lot of women these days, their attention is not to, or their goal is not to find a good husband and settle down and stuff. No, their intention is to make a lot of money and to live a lavish lifestyle. And so that's why they're out there doing the things that they're doing. Because they value money more than family. And so, a lot of men are running, sadly to say, a lot of women are more and more thinking like that. And these men are coming across those women that, that these women, what they really want is just money. They want to live, the lavish lifestyle because of Kim Kardashian and all the people they see on TV, because, they have fans and, they want the attention and and all that. Instead of they're not, no one is teaching them, values. Then nobody's teaching them what really matters in life. They're letting kids, think of what they're letting these kids make up their own decision about, what they want in life. I don't think that's the right way to go. Yeah, I don't, you could ask a kid, oh, what do you want to be when you grow up? A kid's like a doctor. Well, you make sure, if that's really the case, you make sure that kid keeps that, again, in the forefront. You want to make sure, because if you go, oh, I want to be, I want to be an influencer. Oh, okay. Oh, I want to do this. And again, it goes back into parenting. Your parents have to pay more attention to their kids, because they get easily influenced. If you see that your kid is going into that, it started to value money because they began to ask you for money because they want to buy this, they want to buy this brand, they want to buy this brand. You know that something that your kid is being influenced by something, and make sure you slowly get them off that path into the right path. But parents are so busy with working on their own stuff that yeah, they just let the kid grow up, and then next thing you know, the kid's 18. Well, you got to find a job, and then and then that's why we're in this mess. There's no more guidance. They're letting kids do whatever they want, and here we are today.
Yeah, exactly. There is no guidance. And another thing is sometimes parents treat their kids as if they're their BFFs or something. So instead of holding them accountable, they want to instigate this kind of stuff. And I don't think a lot of mothers today know how to be mothers like they were back in the day. Because I'm seeing videos of women literally putting on twerk sessions for kids, twerking in elementary schools, twerking in front of a bunch of kids who are not even old enough to cross the street by themselves, or walk around in public wearing revealing clothes while their kids are around. I see it in real life too. Hell, this summer I saw a woman in her, I think she was in her early 30s, had on some booty shorts with her 2 kids by her side. I'm like, really? This is that's like me walking around with my pants sagging off my ass while my kids are around. Don't make a lot of sense telling men to dress themselves appropriately and all that stuff when your ass can't even dress yourself appropriately. Seriously. The accountability needs to go on both men and women to be good parents to these kids. But since we live in a world where, fathers are not needed anymore, husbands are not needed anymore, and thanks to government assistance, which I learned some time ago, thanks to all the government assistance, women can get the benefits of being able to, the financial benefits to take care of their kids without a man around. So you're a single mother with 2 kids and there's no father around, you get benefits off the government, provided that he's not helping. They'd rather do that than start a healthy relationship with a good man. So yeah, technology and the government have really messed it up for us over here.
Yeah, most definitely. Even though like I understand, I'm a supporter of government programs, because sometimes people fall on harsh times, so we should be there to help them. But when a person abuses it, that's when it's what they call like fraud or whatever. And so but I wouldn't necessarily blame it on that. I would blame more on the government for not, if a woman is taking advantage of an assistance program, then that's where that's on the government's job to check that out and stuff like that. I will always be supportive of anyone that has kids that fallen on bad times, whether it's a mother or a father. We should be there to help them, because otherwise, if we don't, then they become more of as they call, like, a burden on society, and you don't want that. You don't want your own people to fall on hard times. We don't, because it's not a good look, and it's just, you just don't want, because if you had fallen on bad times, you would want people to help you get back on your feet. And so I will always be supportive of government assisted programs. At the same time, I do understand what you're saying about there are some women that do take advantage of that. Don't matter. It has nothing to do with race, because it's all race. I am aware of that, because they think that they could just take a guy, have kids, and then and leave him and just live off of it. I've heard and I've known a lot of stories of women that do that. And so, but then that's not to dismiss the program. And so I'll just say it like that. I've heard people say that we should bring back shame, and although I feel like sometimes shame doesn't work, I think in a way it does work, but then it only works if the right people shame. So, like, if a bunch of nobody shames someone, they're not going to care, but it has to be like the right people has to shame. And
what do you mean, the right people?
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but men, the good men has to shame.
Well, that's the thing. The good men, the good men of the world do shame them to a degree, but they always get pushback. Oh, you're misogynistic. Oh, you got mommy issues. So if I shame a female because she's an OnlyFans model degrading herself, oh, you must have mommy issues. You just hate women. You don't like females who are obese and out of shape. You're fat phobic. Y'all, you're anything that they consider hatred towards women anytime we try to shame them. So some men have decided, you know what, we're not going to shame them anymore. We're just going to walk away from their asses. My mama always told me when I was little, some things in life people have to learn the hard way. And I say to people, make sure that the hard way is not the only way you learn said lessons. That's all I'm saying.
I understand that, yeah, a lot of men do get pushed back, but this is where where I have to say, men, if you are a good man and you get pushed back, don't be afraid of pushback. Of course, it's just like with kids, how they want this kind of cereal. You go, no, yeah, they're gonna give you pushback, as in, fall to the ground and cry and yell and stuff. Well, that's where, you're gonna have to be like, no, it's no, and get up. If you don't get up, then yeah, you're gonna get into more trouble. I hate to say, I know that I sort of compared, women saying no to like kids, but in a way that, when you look at it, I mean, it is what it is. It is like, when people don't want to do the right thing, or don't want to do what people deem as, wrong. Yeah, they're gonna throw a fit because they want to get their way. And so with anybody that wants to get their way, they're gonna act like a child, even though they know. Because the reason why we said act like a child, because they know better. They know that they shouldn't be doing that, but yet they keep doing it, and they want to do it. And so, yeah, so that's when you're going to have to sort of treat them like a child, and go, if you're going to act like a child, then I'm going to treat you like a child.
And that's where I have the problem, treating grown people as if they're little ass kids. I'm sorry, but I don't have the patience for that. I really don't. As a man in the military, I don't have the patience for treating grown people like they're children. I'm just going to let you go and be like, I can't deal with you.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, that's what you're supposed to do with the crying child too. If let him, okay, if you're gonna cry, let him cry. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna give in, and that's the thing. You should not give in. I understand, people push back. Sometimes, people are afraid to push back, but we're all adults. We should never be afraid of a little pushback. If they push back, then yeah, you push a little bit back. But then because they give you pushback, you shouldn't then like insult them or whatever. Just sometimes people are a little bit. We all come from different walks of life, and some people learn at different speeds and different rates. And so I feel like we do, if we want people to sort of shape up, I think that we should be a little bit more patient and try to explain it. But if they still, if they don't care for the explanation, then yeah, don't bother wasting your time. But there are some that, all it takes is just a little time to explain why what they're doing is wrong, and it's not to and that doesn't benefit them for the long run. And the reasonable person will wake up and will realize that, yeah, what they're doing is wrong. But I do get the people. Yeah, some people, they're just not going to give. They feel like it's just not worth it, which is fine. It's people. It's their right to do whatever they want, and it's their prerogative whether they want to spend that much energy or time on either a stranger or people or whatever.
Yeah, all true. Now I got a video to show you. Let me know what you think about this one. Okay.
Chinese dating culture, you should know. Guys are always asked to make the first move and pay all the meals. The popular girls in the dating market are always very skinny and have pale skins. In China, according to Chairman Mao, relationships that don't end up with marriage are craps. If you're over 25 in China, your parents and all the relatives will pressure you to have kids and get married as soon as possible. When you're over 30 and single, you're considered to be a leftover woman in China.
See, there you go.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how they do it out there in China.
Mm-hmm.
It's like at 25, the clock is ticking. You got 5 more years left. By age 30, 5 years down the line, you're a leftover woman. That's how they do it in China.
That's their way of shaming a woman, yeah, too. Like, what are you doing? How come you're not bettering yourself um, yeah, you could be picked. But the reason why, these women are having a difficult time because, yeah, like I, I'm sure of it. Like, they keep, you know, I'm sure they've been approached, but then they want the right one to approach them. You know, again, it goes back to the overexposure of the of of possibilities. Because if they think that they say yes to this one, then that means that they might end up losing out on a better one coming their way, and so they wait and wait and wait, and women, they for some reason they think that they will get what they want, and most of the time, no, they're not going to get what they want. You know, people don't
Yeah,
want
exactly.
people don't want to live the average life. That's the thing. Because they see all this glamour, they see all this stuff online, these lavish lifestyles that, she was an average person and she landed, this, movie star, or not even so-called movie star, but a good, a high paying, a guy that gets paid a lot of money. So she thinks I could do that because she's not even that pretty. I'm prettier than her or whatever, And so that's where, yeah, they end up messing up the whole dating market because the average, sometimes I don't even like using the word average because there's such a they put such like a negative connotation on the word average, but it's like you are average. We are all average. Some might be above average, but still though, we're supposed to date with our own, people, our own class. If you are lucky enough to land yourself a star, good for you. But then that the probability of that happening, it's like, it's bonkers that you would even, bet on it. Like nobody would even bet on it. And so that's the thing. Women, we operate on probability, when we shouldn't, because time doesn't because time is not on our side. Time is more on the men's side. As men age,
Yes.
it doesn't affect them. Women, it affects the women. So time is never in our favor. And women, we tend to forget that. We tend to forget that, yeah, as we grow older, our value goes down. And not just that, we're unable to, again, have babies and have good healthy babies and stuff like that. So, we should be working on, we shouldn't be betting on probability. Based on
Okay.
probability.
Yeah,
There
that
you go.
makes sense. Hey, I got a phone call. Can you sit tight real quickly? I'll be
Of
right
course.
back.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad. I had a phone call.
No problem. No problem at all.
And since you just came up here, I have another video to show you.
Okay. No problem.
Okay, let me know what you think about this one. Let's see, where is it? Here wait, hold on. Here.
Chinese dating culture, you should know. Guys are always asked to make the first move and pay all the meals. The popular girls in the dating market are always very skinny and have.
Oh, my bad. Wrong video.
In China, if you're a woman, single, and over 30, you are called 剩女, which means leftover woman in Mandarin. In Cantonese, you are called 老底橙, 賣剩蔗, and 攝做辣, which means orange at the bottom of the basket, the sugar cane that didn't get sold, and the thing used for filling the gap of the stove. But if you're a man, single, and over 30, you are called 钻石王老五, which means a diamond bachelor in Mandarin. In Cantonese, you are called 笋盤, which means quality real estate.
So damn, women are called leftover women past 30, but us older men, we're basically gems or diamonds. So yeah, there's a bit of a double standard right there, kind of like here in America, but they're trying to debunk that by shaming older men for not having children or being married at a certain age. So it's bells and whistles over here in comparison to China.
In a way, it's like again, yeah, it is a shaming tactic to to shame sort of shame women to not wait so long to have kids or to get married. It's shaming tactic or or fear tactic, it's the same thing. And so yeah, like I totally get that. Yeah, I mean it is what it is, because no parents, like even here in America, you would want like your child to be like 30 and still living with you. You want them to start their own life and and live their life. Like you as if you're a parent, you wouldn't want to be raising adult children because then it's sort of society looks down upon you as you have like why are you still raising like an adult child? Why is your adult child still with you? It's not a good thing. So you wouldn't want to embarrass your parents like that. But then see, that's if you care about what your parents think, you care about family. And it goes back to what I said at the beginning, where what I feel like is lost is family values. Is I understand there's some people that don't care about what society thinks. Yeah, I don't think you should care. As in the big picture, but you should care about your parents enough that you don't want to burden them. They raised you they brought you in this world. That doesn't mean that it's their job to take care of you till you're old. Their job is to be there for you, yes, until you're old, but then not to support you and and care for you when you have the ability to care for yourself and to start your own life.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it kind of goes both ways here because here in America, yes, we do look down upon people who are over. I'm gonna say primarily the men who are looked down upon for being of a certain age and still living at home with their parents. So it's kind of a double standard with that as well. If you're a 25-year-old man living at home with your parent, they're gonna think, "What are you doing? Something wrong with you. Never mind your circumstances." But if it's a female, nah, she can live with her parents until she's damn near 40. Not a lot of people would care. At least in China, they put the emphasis on both women and men to liberate themselves from their parents at a certain age. Yes, at least out there, they put emphasis on that. Here in America, we're more, non-linear with it, but it's more stress on us men to, get out of our parents' homes. And plus, we just want to assert ourselves as men.
No, in China, it's actually okay for the men to be at home with the parents because remember, it's the men that's bringing the bride into the house. So it's okay for men are not shamed for us still living with the parents.
Some of us aren't. I mean, some of us aren't. Yeah.
Actually, they don't like it when the son moves out of the house. Because usually, even when they get married, they don't like it, and they tend to blame the daughter-in-law. It's like, oh, because of her that you're moving out of our house. You're supposed to be staying with us. Because again, Asians, we have this thing where it's the sons are responsible to take care of the parents, not the daughters. But then in America, it seems like the daughters tend to care more about the parents than the sons, and so that's why everything is so like sort of out of whack because you have conflicting values, conflicting ideologies, conflicting way of life, and so that's why there's so many problems in our country. Too many options, and so that's why it's out of order.
Okay, I mean, your experience is valid enough, but I don't see that too often. I mean, seriously, my mama couldn't wait till I got the fuck up out of her goddamn house. She got to do a party for me and honor me finally getting my home place and away from her. So I can't say that's the case for everybody. But I can say this, though. Did you know that in some Middle Eastern cultures, if you're a woman over the age of 21 and you live by yourself, no husband, boyfriend, no kids or no family, they automatically consider you a 304. Why? Because you got all the freedom in the world to have as many sexual partners and sexual flames of men as you see fit, with no one telling you otherwise. So yeah, that kind of restriction can be a little oppressive in the minds of America. But I guess in some cultures, there's a method to it. That's why I say there's a method to these madness. There's a method to the madness of these talking points and these rhetorics in foreign countries that we Americans are just not seeing. Because out here, you could be 21 living by yourself. No one's going to judge you off rip until they see evidence that you're sleeping around with this man or that man. So yeah, go ahead.
I don't know why a woman, would want to do that living in Middle East, because I know that they don't, their laws are not, are different than ours. We have more, we have better protection for women. So I could, so I don't know why, like, if you're a woman living in the Middle East, why you would want to live on your own. Even in America, we have the best protection of women. I wouldn't even advise living on your own either. Like, why would you want to, do that? Because again, it goes back to, I feel like, although women would see it as, oh, she's an independent woman, she can live on her own. Yeah, that's a good thing too. But then again, it could also be seen as, you're not at, well, this is where the conflicting, cultures and stuff like that, because then, in our culture, it's seen as, oh, you don't care about your family, you want to live off because you're selfish, unless you're going to college, and it's a different story. But then, most of the time, you want to live because you don't want to help out your family. You don't care about your parents. You don't care about your siblings. You want to, go off and live around so you could be, a whore. I mean, that's my culture, though.
Cyrus,
yes, a woman gets
I don't mean to
labeled.
cut you off, but it makes sense when you put it like that. I got to run downstairs real quickly. Just sit tight. I'll be right back. Hopefully this won't take long.
No problem.
Can you say something? Wait about, I don't know, 5 minutes or so?
Of course.
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, y'all.
there's a reason why. You tried before, but you can't buy it. No matter what you do. The darkest side of the night burns like a fire for the wasted life. And there's no way you can fight to show some respect and try to survive on the darkest side. Neon shadows that point the way never lead you out. It's a game they play. The madness comes and the madness goes. It's a simple world, but it's all they know. You tried to fix it, but there's nothing you can do. You just gotta see it through. The darkest side of the night burns like a fire for the wasted life. And there's no way you can fight to show some respect and try to survive on the darkest side. In this city, you give and they take. You reach the limit, you bend, and then you break. And there's no escape. There's no escape. No. Darkest side of the night burns like a fire for the wasted life. And there's no way you can fight to show some respect. Try to stay alive on the darkest side. The darkest side of the night burns like a fire for the wasted life. And there's no way you can fight. Show some respect and try to survive on the darkest Fallen angels lead to the street. It's an empty dance and so incomplete. Their hollow voices whisper the cry. Farther down the line, there's a reason why. goes. It's a simple world, but it's all they know. You tried to fix it, but there's nothing you can do. You just gotta see it through. The darker side of the night burns like a fire for the wasted life. And there's no way you can fight to show some respect and try to survive on the darker side. In this city, you give and they take. You reach the limit, you bend, and then you break. And there's no escape. There's no escape. No.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience.
Of course, not a problem.
I thought you would have got bored and left, but okay. That's why I had the background music playing.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yes,
Can I ask you
Halloween.
something?
What'd you say?
Oh no, I was gonna ask you if I can ask you a question.
Oh, question. What is it?
After everything that I've said, like how should I what do you has your opinion like have you have I explained myself was I clear in how I explained like sort of the somewhat Chinese culture? Like do you have a better
Oh yeah.
understanding of why they put a price tag on the women and why all this is happening?
Yeah, you were very clear. Cause like I said
Okay.
earlier, I don't want to seem disrespectful to the Chinese culture, but being born in America, I didn't understand that. That sounds like some old extortion, tricking off, trafficking type stuff there, selling people off to slavery type stuff. But I get it now.
Do you see do you think it's something that could be that we should sort of adopt, or you're totally against it?
I don't think I would support that. I mean, to give your family thousands of dollars in cash or whatever, just so I can be your wife. I'm sorry. I don't think I can. I don't think I can support that. I mean, it's hard enough trying to even afford to, get a house, get a car, get a job. On top of that, I got to pay your family hundreds of dollars just to take you off their hands. I'm sorry. I don't think I can support that. That's just my opinion. Anybody in the comments feel otherwise? Let us know.
100 no is that maybe I should have asked what's the price that they're asking for. I should have asked the price, because if it's 100,000, like no, definitely not. I think the most I've heard in the States, because of course the price differs depending where you're from, but here in the States the most is 10,000, the least is 5. That's not hundreds of thousands, not even 10,000, but then the most is the most I've heard is like 10,000, the least is 5,000.
5,000.
I know that's still a lot of money. That is still a lot of money. Yes,
it is. I mean, if you downgrade the price, it's still a lot. I mean, just the overall concept as far, it ain't about the money. I mean, yes, it's about the money. It was more about the concept of the whole thing. The overall concept, having to pay a family off just to marry their daughter. But again, every culture is different, so maybe that's just me.
In a way, it's like I think that again the reason why I would endorse this is because it's in hope that the man appreciate her more, because this is a patriarchy, and and not just that, like men do tend to look down on women, and in a way, like rightfully so, because men are by nature they are bigger and stronger than women. They can overpower women, and so that's why they put a price tag on her, because so that way he would sort of appreciate her a little bit more, just like how you would appreciate something if you spend more money on it. It just works the same in that way.
Yeah.
Because
I'm
if you
gonna
get
spend
something for
thousands of
free,
dollars on something. I'm gonna spend thousands of dollars on something. You best believe it better be something worth appreciating. So that's another thing you gotta think about.
yes, I do understand why. Yeah, men they would be against it, because they feel like the woman, she's not understanding her end of the deal too, and I totally get that. Because if he's going to pay that much, then you better make sure you again you honor your end of the deal, which is make sure that if he's spending that much for you to for him to appreciate you, then you have to appreciate him, the fact that he was willing to pay for you. So yeah, you have to hold your end of the bargain. And yeah, I do get that a lot of times, yeah, women, they, even when he doesn't pay, she's not honoring her end of the bargain. But that's what I'm saying. If he did, then she would have, she would appreciate him more, because he spent, a whole lot of money on her. And so that should make her feel some sort of way. Because usually when a person spends a lot of money on you, you get the feeling that, this person really cares about you. That's why they're spending that much money. They don't care about working hard to fork up that big money for you. So yeah, you should definitely be grateful and appreciate him.
Yeah, it makes sense when you put it like that. Yeah, I'm at the 3-hour mark. Okay, I got one more major video to share before I get final thoughts and wrap it up. Okay, this one says, okay, shout out to China Unvarnished. This one says 1,000 person matchmaking event sees 0 men, leaving China's leftover women in an awkward spot. Again, it makes y'all feel that there's no different here in America when it comes to matchmaking and dating services. Hell, a lot of them have quit with the matchmaking stuff. All right, let's hear what she has to say. Okay, let's see. Fair use.
Recently, an awkward event took place in Hangzhou. I'm sure everyone has heard about it by now. At a grand matchmaking event with over 1,000 people, not a single man showed up.
Wow.
The organizers of the event also implemented a relatively unfair policy. Women could participate for free, while men had to pay double the fee. As a result, more than
Are you serious? And that's a common thing here in the West. Y'all ladies get into these events for free, but we got to pay hundreds of dollars just to even attend the damn thing. So that ain't nothing surprising at this point. All right, let's continue. Fair use. Oh, you got something to say, Cyrax?
Oh no, go ahead. I'll give my thoughts afterwards. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
To be single and settle still made high demands on men, refreshing everyone's perception. Nowadays, fully paying for a house and car has become the minimum standard for matchmaking. But what's surprising is that thousands of older single women have ended up being completely ignored. What exactly has caused this situation? Why are more and more men choosing to remain single rather than get married? Let's take a look at the fascinating story of Hangzhou's matchmaking event with no male participants. Watching this matchmaking event makes us truly understand what is meant by silent resistance. This event in Hangzhou, which was supposed to be eagerly anticipated by both men and women, unexpectedly turned into a modern version of a women's kingdom.
Damn.
On the day of the event, more than 500 women waited expectantly, but not a single man came, making the scene incredibly awkward. Does this mean that when it comes to matchmaking, men have completely given up and are indifferent to marriage? In fact, today's standards for choosing a partner have quietly changed. Many older single women still refuse to face reality, instead clinging to outdated mindsets, fixated on pursuing high standards for men. At the same time, the conflict between women's rights and financial power has also become a hot issue in today's society.
Oh, yes, it has. And I did a whole show talking about singles events are a waste of time, effort, and money. And this is the reason why. A lot of women who go to these events really don't have the best intentions when it comes to trying to find a mate. They have unrealistic expectations, or they're probably, as they call them, leftover women who basically are just looking for a way out of their independent boss chick lifestyle. They're tired of being independent. So now they want to go to a dating site in hopes of finding somebody to be with them. And I guess it's no different. Here in China.
Yeah, like, where are the elders? Where are the people that are in leadership? Like, something has gone wrong. Like, like, where are those people to say to help sort this out? I don't understand why, like, who to charge men for for something that that the ratio is like it's already off. That is so weird. Like when you know that you are in high demand, and then yet you're gonna make those that are in high demand, pay. Like, no, it's supposed to be the other way. When if men are in demand, then the women, you have to fork up something, or either you fork up something or you lower your standards. That's
Exactly.
yeah.
But our society tells women that women are the prize. So and that's why they probably have to get in for free. Remember, the women are the prize. Only thing is, I don't look at it like that. After doing my own show on singles events, I reached a conclusion. But I reached that conclusion a long time ago. Women are not the prize anymore. They're just not. That's why they're not coming to these old singles events. Why? To do with a bunch of women with unrealistic standards and expectations. And remember, these are career women. They've already worked. They've already gone to school. They're older, set in their ways, can't be told anything. And now that they're looking to build something with a man that's probably already gone down that path of, building something for himself. It's like climbing a mountain. It's like you climb your mountain, I'm climbing my mountain, let's meet at the top. There's no foundation for that compared to young couples who climb the mountain together and reach the top together.
Mm.
It's a different dynamic when you think about it.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, let's continue. Fair use.
Some men who had considered attending the event revealed that the fees for men were much higher than for women.
I could have told you that.
Set at 800 yuan and 1,000 yuan, while women could attend for free. Considering how hard it is to earn money these days, many men felt that the organizers' approach was quite off-putting. Reality has already proven that the prime time for these older single women has long passed, and they are no longer in demand. Young men...
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
All right, let's continue.
Simply cannot afford the high costs of matchmaking, while those with decent financial conditions have no need to attend such events, and certainly don't want to face women with overly arrogant attitudes and excessively harsh requirements. At this point, many women are still clinging to the fantasy of finding a tall, rich, and handsome man, only willing to choose men from wealthy families, while they won't even glance at men of more ordinary means.
And there's your problem right there. They don't want a man of ordinary who live in an ordinary average lifestyle. That's why the word average gets such a negative connotation. They look at average men as being, I don't know, beneath them or not worthy of their time and attention. So why go to a singles event where that's plagued with women who think like that? And it ain't just singles event. That's damn near women you meet I'm gonna say almost anywhere else outside of all that. So who wants to deal with that nonsense? What do you think?
You're right. I think because when you think of average or ordinary, that means that you would have to put in effort to. You would have to do your put in your do the work. And so, because women have, I will say women have gotten like very lazy. They don't want to do the work. They want to just live, they just want the man to make all the money so that way they can again live that lavish lifestyle where they don't have to work, they don't have to do a damn thing, they don't even have to, do laundry or whatever, and live a high life. But then that's not, I don't know where they got the idea that that's life. Life is rough. You have to go through the tumbles, and and you have how else you're going to experience difficulties. You have to yeah, I just don't get where they think that that's supposed to be the life, to live such a high, just to live, without having to lift up a finger. Because when you hear the word average, it means that, that means that you're gonna have to go through, some suffering or some whatever, and that's what they're thinking. I'm sure that's what they're thinking. That, oh shit, I might have to work, or I might have to do this, I might have to do this. Well, yeah, no shit. Like, aren't you doing that now? Like, what's going on? I don't get it.
Exactly. Thank you. Absolutely. That's the whole point right there. Absolutely. Round of applause for pointing that out, because that's something I've been saying for years and years. That's exactly what I've been saying for quite some time now. Hot damn, where is it? Here we go. Thank you for pointing that out, because that's something I said for quite some time. So, I mean, if he's average, I mean, you got to put in work. Haven't you been doing that all this time, little Miss Independent Woman, little Miss trying to be be a boss chick? Haven't you been doing that? That's called being an adult, for goodness sake.
Exactly.
And that's why I like how people put a price on these things. Because like I say, even if I meet your requirement, let's say I'm not an average man, I'm a high earner, I got the lavish lifestyle. Why the hell would I choose you, and why should you choose me? What else do we have in common outside of a lavish lifestyle and status? If it ain't nothing beyond that, then what the hell are we talking about here?
Right. That's why, you have the upper hand. And so, I don't know. It's just odd to me. Why, like, where these women are getting these ideas. Again, if the reason why you're currently working is to better yourself and stuff, and then yet you still want someone of high value to pick you, so that way you don't work anymore. It's like, what about all the years that you spent working and trying to better yourself? The whole point of that is to better yourself, so that way you could better both of your situation. Not just to better yourself, and then he picks you, and then that's it. Like, what a waste.
It is a waste, believe me. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
This vicious cycle has led to the awkward situation at the Hangzhou matchmaking event. Over 500 women were present, but not a single man was willing to participate.
Wow.
Just imagine how awkward that scene must have been. The mindset of modern young people toward marriage has indeed undergone significant changes. Many men have faced repeated setbacks in the pursuit of love and marriage, feeling crushed under the weight of exorbitant bride prices.
Yep.
Some women have even made overly demanding requests, such as requiring the man to fully purchase a house and a car. Under this kind of pressure, many men have chosen to lie flat and no longer actively seek marriage partners. Even those men with good family backgrounds are now cautious about marriage, and some even demand that women undergo premarital health checks to avoid losing large sums of money, along with the house and car. Nowadays, the entire matchmaking market has undergone dramatic changes. Men are no longer willing to be suckers, and the deserted atmosphere at offline matchmaking events is a true reflection of this phenomenon. What do you think about the awkward scene of this 1,000-person offline matchmaking event where no one showed up?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, honestly. It's no better here in America. I did a whole show on that about a couple months ago, back in February. It's no better here in America. It really isn't.
I know it's what sort of confuses me is that, like, these men, these women, if they are demanding too much or expecting too much, why would you then go, okay, you know what, I don't want to forget it, just be alone? I'm like, why don't you? I don't understand why the men just be like, no, I'm not going to meet your standards. If you want to be with me, then either lower your standards or goodbye, instead of just giving up altogether. It's like, no, I don't want to do it. Forget it. I'll just, like that lady said, just lie alone. Like, but then why would you do that to yourself? Just because, the women around you are asked, because all they're doing is asking for a high price. You could, the man could go, no, I'm not going to do that. If I'm the one that's in, demand, if you want to be with me, then you have to lower your expectations, because I'm not going to, I'm not going to meet, your crazy high expectations, but then I'm still going to demand you to, do your part as a wife if I were to pick you. Like
Okay.
Why are the men not, like it's like it's like a back and forth. I asked for this, a negotiation deal. Why would men then go, I'm not going to negotiate, and then just leave? Well, then you lose out too. I don't get that.
I don't get it. I kind of get it, but I kind of don't. Because I guess what you're asking is why are men just straight up giving up on the whole dating scene as a whole instead of trying to negotiate with the women that they're trying to pursue? And my answer is simple. We can't negotiate with them because of this society that says, a woman should not lower her standard. And if a man cannot meet your standard, then he's the problem. I think that kind of coaxing right there is what convinces women to have these expectations and then not hold themselves accountable for the fact that most men can't live up to said standards. Because, we're always going to get some backlash when it comes to that. I could tell a female, oh, I'm not doing that, or we got to do it this way. But then I'll be labeled misogynistic. I'll be labeled controlling. They'll call me every name in the book, and I'll get shamed out of the whole event altogether. So I can't even say men are just not trying. They're just like, this is a game I can't win. Why play a game that you can't win? You can't negotiate anything with them. So it's like, what the hell are we talking about here? That's how it is in this country anyway. Men are just walking away instead of trying to negotiate. What they say, don't negotiate with terrorists. That's how they're looking at it like. Women are straight up terrorists nowadays. So why negotiate with them? I tell any man, don't just give up altogether. Instead, try to find a woman that's willing to negotiate. But good luck trying to find that. I'm not going to say dating and marriages are just completely dead. They're on life support. And I can understand why nobody wants to do it. But I'm still for the people who choose to go through with it. All I say is be careful with it, Because that is a good question. Why are they just giving up instead of negotiating? My answer is simple. They can't negotiate with them because they're not going to listen to them,
Yeah, I do get your point. I do see that too. I do understand. Yeah, I do get it.
Because let a man enforce authority. Now I want to say it's controlling, it's misogynist. We don't want that. Nuh-uh.
Yes.
But anyway, let's hear what she has to say. Fair use.
A
few days ago, our matchmaking company organized a dating event in the city center, specifically tailored for bachelors, masters, and PhD holders. This event attracted hundreds of participants, including many single young professionals from well-known companies. Overall, the event was quite successful, with a lively atmosphere on site, and several young couples successfully paired up. It can be said that this was a relatively successful event. However,
as far as attendance goes, maybe it was, but what about the quality of the event? Yeah, quantity over quality, quality over quantity, I always say, but fair use.
I was a bit puzzled because despite the large number of people who signed up, especially male participants, the gender ratio on the day seemed a bit unbalanced. I
wonder why.
Sessions with more females, many of the men who had originally registered did not show up. To figure out why these men gave up such a rare opportunity, I followed up with those who were absent. The reasons they gave were varied. Some said they had other arrangements that day and simply couldn't make it.
No, they just didn't want to come.
Some said they would rather stay home and play video games than attend such a dating event.
I probably would.
Even more shocking were those who bluntly admitted that they hadn't actually wanted to attend. It was their parents who signed them up. And
yeah, here we go with this, parents sticking their noses in their businesses. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is a matter of opinion. I know we had that problem here in America where parents be overly involved in their offspring's relationships. But I see China is way more stern and prevalent with it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But I saw
a video a few years ago. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I saw a video of this Asian family constantly shaming well, I'm not going to say shaming, but coming down on their daughter because she was like 21, 22, still ain't found a husband yet. And she was going in talking about you have no boyfriend or husband. The only man in your life is your father, which doesn't even count because he's my man. Well, her mom's man and not her man. I'm like, damn, this Asian lady went in on that. So yeah, parental involvement is very prevalent out there.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to this country where most parents should let their kids at adult age do whatever, damn near whatever.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But fair use.
They were not interested at all. I was left wondering, with such a great opportunity to find a partner right in front of them, why didn't these single men seize it? Actually, I also want to take this opportunity to appeal to all the single people out there. In the future, our company will continue to hold similar high-quality matchmaking events, so don't miss out. Of course,
I don't understand why you want to continue hosting these events. No, the one you just held did not have a lot of male participants. What y'all gonna do differently this time? That's the real question. What y'all gonna do differently this time from the last few times it happened? Oh my!
Lots of scamming too.
Yeah, it could be. I was told as well. Singles events are a big scam.
Mm-hmm.
It don't lead to much of anything happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they say? What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same shit over and over again, expecting different results. So yeah, this is insanity.
Yes, I agree.
Let's see what else you have to say. Fair use.
Gentlemen, there's no need to feel too much pressure. Even if you don't find the right person in one event, it's no big deal. Just treat it as a chance to make new friends. After all, getting to know more female friends can,
of course, I ain't got to go to no singles event to make new friends. I'm just saying.
Only be beneficial. If you have a scheduling conflict or are too shy to participate in such in-person events, you can always contact me directly, and we can arrange one-on-one meetings with women for you. Don't be shy. Who knows, the opportunity to find a partner might be just around the corner.
Well, I don't know about that. You think a one-on-one would be better than trying to go to a whole group of people, a whole group setting?
I think.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, it all depends on the so-called matchmaker, right? If she knows how to vet properly. But then see, a lot of times these matchmakers, they're just in it for money. They're not really passionate about trying to solve this problem, trying to help people, try to help hook up people, and so that's where, yeah, you're just not gonna have why men feel like it's a scam, and women, of course, they're just looking for opportunity, so of course they're going to want to participate, especially if it's free, and then make the men pay for it. Yeah, that's just, yeah, what man is going to want to pay some lady to so-called, to find him a so-called wife, and then, oh, if you can't, if she's not there, then, oh well, next time, but then make him pay next time also. Like, no man's going to want to participate in that. And that's like giving away money. Why?
Right, exactly. Why should again, we're talking about insanity, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. You paid for one event, didn't work. Now you want to go to a similar event, paying just as much money, if not more, expecting a different result. That ain't going to work.
Yeah, that's
and I'm pretty sure they increase the price every new event. They increase every event increases prices.
Yeah, that's
it could be $200 today and $250 the next week or next month or whatever. So yeah, that is so great. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's how you know it's a scam. And like I said, why these a lot of people don't believe in the matchmaker agency or a person. Like, if you really care about solving this problem, if you can't find a person for a woman for that guy, then that means it's upon you to keep finding it. Especially when they paid you. You don't then make them pay multiple times. Oh, sorry, you left out. Oh, you're too picky. What about this? No, like, you could just tell if a person's really who really cares and really invest their time and energy on on what a person paid for. Like if it's the same thing with any job, you pay a person to do a job, and you want them to do it the best of their ability. You don't want them to, um, you want to make sure that their money is worth it. They're paying you. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. They say get your money's worth.
Yeah,
Well, at least
exactly. There you
matchmaking.
go.
Yeah, because I did a show on this as well. A lot of matchmakers out here are quitting. I see in China they're still trying to go strong because they put way more emphasis on finding love, marriages, and relationships. But out here in America, we're like it's like free reign over here. So matchmakers are quitting left and right, up and down, from what I've been hearing. A lot of them are just giving up. Like, yeah, these black women have too many standards that are unrealistic, and they don't meet their own standards. And even if a man could meet the standard, like I said, why would he pick her? So they just threw in the towel over here. A lot of them did. But I see in China, they're still trying to keep it going.
They have to. There's 2 billion people live in that country. Yet they better do something.
Yeah, true. All right,
You can't
fair
have a
use.
bunch of useless people, just laying around.
Excuse me?
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Fair use.
I really feel a bit helpless. Yesterday, a friend of mine invited me to attend a singles event that he organized. They had invited many people in advance, but in the end, very few men showed up, and most of the participants were older single women with decent jobs. My friend has been in this field for many years and always wants me to participate in his events because they organize similar events every year, whether high-end or low-end, often in cooperation with guilds or companies. But unfortunately, the success rate has never been high. I went to check out the scene. As soon as I arrived, I saw a group of women. They all had a good demeanor, mostly older single women, but there were hardly any men. The few men who did show up were mostly those repeatedly invited by phone. After taking a look, I felt the quality of the event was indeed not high, so I left.
Yeah, high in quantity, but not high in quality. Yeah.
As I was leaving, I happened to see 2 men leaving as well, and I asked them why they were leaving so quickly. I asked them, "There are so many girls here. Don't any of them catch your eye?" One of the men replied that they came with a mindset of just giving it a try. For this kind of low-end event, everyone is just going through the motions, knowing the success rate is not high.
Yeah, so they went to this event not inspecting much, in other words, just trying to see what happens. I've never been to a singles event day of my life, but I'll probably have the same mindset too. Let me just go in here and see what this is like. If I meet somebody, cool. If not, then whatever, it is what it is. But then again, I wouldn't pay no $200+. I won't pay no hundreds of dollars for some event where I'm not guaranteed to find somebody.
And I think this is where I sort of agree why you have to put why they put a price tag on it, because if you put a price tag and you pay for it, then then it goes back to what I said about intentional. Because if you really serious about finding someone and you paid for it, then that means you are serious and you are trying to find someone. If it's if you don't charge for it or charge little for it, then people will just show up and they don't really care because it's only a little bit of money. And again, this applies to the whole bride price also. When you are willing to spend that much amount, that large amount of money, then you're more likely to pay more attention to it, to put effort into it. And so, although I do see why they put, they would charge or whatever, I feel like they should that they the reason why it's free for women is so that way the men that pay a high price could select from a huge like basically an ocean of of women, rather than just the serious women that are willing to pay. So you want men to, I guess, yeah. I hope I explained that a little bit well. I think.
So they put a price on just to show its value, I guess. Okay. I mean, I understand these events may cost money, but damn, we're paying full price for something that we're not guaranteed to get, a quality product. We're paying full price for something you're not sure if it's going to be a quality product or not. It better be a quality product, or else what the hell are we paying for? And I heard about that little trick of letting women get in for free. That's just to draw in more men. Nightclubs do that shit all the time. But I didn't know, I wasn't aware of that trick until after I stopped going. I've been to a nightclub in damn near 10 years, but I learned that trick of letting women get in for free. That way more men will be drawn to the establishment. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to reference bars and nightclubs.
Yeah, I know all about that little trick. I wasn't aware of it at the time because the clubs I went to, women getting it for free up until a certain time, like around 11:30, 11:45, then they gotta pay. But from the time the club open until then, they get in for free. That's just the ones I went to, at least.
And that's where, like I said, the where you have to pay. Like if you're gonna spend money, make sure you spend money on a place or a company that that does quality work. That's not money driven. A bar, of course, a nightclub, they're money driven, so that's why they let the women in for free, so that way it would draw in the men to pay for drinks and pay for all that. So that nightclub is because they're just letting any women in. Then well, first of all, you shouldn't look for a girl, a partner at a nightclub. But then I do understand some people do meet, partners at a nightclub. But just know that, but just know that the women that they're letting in, they're not vetting those women. So you might get lucky, get a high quality woman, as in just her day off, and her friends wants to drag her, and you might get lucky, but then most likely they're just getting women that likes to party, and yeah, quality it's all in the eye of the beholder. It depends on what you as a man value. So before you go out there and date, make sure you know who you are as a man. What do you value? What are you looking for in a woman? You have to vet also. You can't just just let chance pop in front of you. You have to vet. You have to be intentional. You have to go out there and know what you're looking for. Because if you don't know, and then some woman just pops up, and then you just fall in love with her, then yeah, the possibility of that relationship lasting and her not doing you dirty, then it might be high. You don't know. And so, but then if you're more intentional with what you're looking for, and you don't go off that, don't lower your standards, don't give in, then more than not, you'll find that person, and you have more of a higher chance of the relationship lasting.
Yeah, exactly. Now, for the record, let me say this. When I go to the clubs or whatever, I don't be looking for no quality woman. I know I'm not going to find it in there. First of all, I'm not going to find it in no club. And second of all, I go there with the intent of just having fun. So I go in there with a whole different mindset. Let me go in this club, get twerked on. Well, back we called it juking back in our younger days. Get twerked and juked on, and then leave feeling good about myself. If I meet somebody, we exchange numbers, then cool, whatever. But I don't go in there. I never in my life went to a club expecting to find a relationship. I go elsewhere for that.
See, smart, But then I guess I'm not so sure men are going to the club in hopes that that they find their next girlfriend or whatever. Which I don't think that's sort of the case. But there are some that I know do that.
Yeah, I say go into a club with more of an abundance mindset, meaning you're willing to expand your horizons, expand your options, meet different women. Don't be like, oh, I gotta find a girlfriend here, and I'm just gonna have some fun, and whatever happens, just happen. That's the mindset I've always had since I was 18, 19 years old. Because you're gonna be in that kind of environment, you can't have a scarce mindset. I think that's where some men go wrong, and they have a scarce mindset when going to these kind of events. They need to have more of an abundance, open mindset. Yeah.
Exactly. Men will. I don't know why men even think that why men would even have that kind of mindset, the scarcity mindset. Men control the access to relationship. They should be going in with the mindset of abundance, and assume and I think that's what sort of caused a problem too, because you have because then it's those men that has a scarcity mindset that are feeding these women, giving these women making them feel that their value, their worth is more than they really are. I'll say it like that. I know that's sort of, that's like sort of shaming women, but then it is what it is. I don't care. It is
Yeah,
what it is.
no. You absolutely right on that. Because granted, I had that mindset when I was younger, but I snapped out of it. Fast forward to college, I'm gonna say by between just 18 and 20, I snapped out of that mindset because I had the mindset of I gotta get a girlfriend. I don't want to be single for the rest of my life. But when I said the hell with all that and just explore my options, yeah, things got better. Because one thing about ladies, and don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of y'all ladies seem to like men who put more value on themselves and less value on y'all. Yes, he's gonna honor and respect you, but he's not gonna put you on this high mighty pedestal like you're better than him. Once I stopped doing that shit, things got a lot better as far as interacting with women is concerned. Like, yeah, I like you, you're beautiful and all, but what else do you bring to the table besides good looks? If not, whatever. Yeah, I like you, but at the same time, I like her, also like her, and also like her. So that's the mindset I had when I go inside nightclubs. When I used to go to the nightclubs, at least.
And men should have more of that mindset, like because I mean, there's a lot of stuff that gets that's unspoken between a man and a woman. A woman would be able to tell why a man is not going to choose her. You know what I'm saying? Just by a look. And so oh yeah, you may think you're the hot shit, but then for him to go no, and then pick someone that's maybe might be slightly below on the looks, but then why would he pick her? Well, think, I'm sure a woman will know what it is. And then either she shapes up, change her mindset and hope that, the next guy that comes along will pick her. But I don't know. I guess women are stubborn and they just think, no, he's a piece of shit. And then just keeps going on thinking the way that he thinks she thinks because there's certain men that are saying, oh, you're beautiful. You're beautiful. I don't know,
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And that's how some men get played when they have that scarce mindset. I'm all for it. Yeah, I understand you want to get married. You don't want to be single at 35, 40 years old. I mean, that's something mostly women are prone to, that the fear of being old and not having anybody. But I've seen this is men who have the same kind of fears. But those men often don't get the best results when they come to women. It's the men with the abundance mindset they get the best result, even if they don't find somebody. You get played a lot less when you have the abundance mindset.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, let's continue. Fair use.
I continued chatting with them and told them that many of the women on site were actually quite good, with good family backgrounds and jobs. I asked why they were still unwilling to choose these women. They candidly admitted that it's not that older women are unacceptable. Women with the right values are still worth considering. Yeah. But they felt that age is not the biggest obstacle. The key is that many men think about future family planning, especially the issue of having children.
In other words, fertility.
If a woman is already 34 or 35 years old and still wants to have 2 children, there might be fertility challenges.
Exactly. And that's the reason why we don't take older women seriously when it comes to relationships. Because if I want to marry you, if I'm 40 and you're 35 years old, guess what? At 35, you're not going to be as fertile compared to a person 10 years younger than you. That's going to be a bit of an issue. That's why most men go for younger women, younger, fertile, hotter, sexier. So yeah, you got to you have to consider. I'm sorry, go ahead. You got to consider those, but go ahead.
No, I said it's biology. It is, that's just how it is.
And I don't know about the Chinese, but they shame us way too much over here in this country because of age gap relationships. If you're an older man preferring younger women, oh, you're a pedo, you're a control freak, you're trying to groom her, stuff like that. Yeah. But but at the same time, they will shame older women for wanting older men. Oh, you like old men. You must have daddy issues or something like that. So yeah, there is some shame in this country for age gap relationship. It's more emphasis on dating your own age, more so than people older than you or younger than you.
I think it has to do with again, intentional. While in Asia, I'm not saying that there's there's none of that stuff that goes on, but then I think it's more so there's an understanding of why a man would choose like a younger chick. You know, I think it's just, but we'll see for the most part because there's more order in China than here in America. Because in America we're given the freedom, so there's not really much of an order. You know, you're free to think however you want to think. You're free to express however you want to express. It's not really like that in China, you know. And so if you start to, think differently or, even voice something differently, something out of the norm, yeah, like they're not gonna like it and tell you to, they're gonna tell you no, don't be thinking like that. That's not good. And then trying to get you to think just like everyone else. I mean, again, China has, I don't know, 2 billion people. Yeah, they have to have like order. Otherwise it'll be complete chaos.
Yeah, that's true. And order is something we need.
Yeah.
But here they look at order as oppression. Unless it's the order unless the women are the ones making all the law and order. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
The main issue is that these older women often have very high expectations of men, from housing, cars, education, height, to family upbringing. These requirements are quite high, and many men don't have enough advantages to meet these conditions.
Exactly.
So they hesitate and don't want to choose these older single women who, despite their good conditions, come with such high demands.
Exactly. Even the men who are of high status and got their lives in order are not choosing older, so-called leftover women because of the things that they're required to maintain. And don't let it be someone younger, like fresh out of college, got a job, and now he got to meet this older woman's requirements. So that's something you got to think about as well. But okay, fair use.
One of the men also said that many women 30 are very experienced and capable at work.
Yep.
But because of that, their expectations for men have also increased significantly. They want men not only to have high incomes, but also to match them in every aspect. For example, if a woman earns 200,000 or 300,000 yuan a year, she might expect the man to earn at least double that.
And there we go again, putting a price on it. And that's something I've noticed too. If you're a woman and you worked most of your life since you were like 16, 17, and now you're working this high profile job by the time you're 30, you expect a man to come to you earning more, if not as much as you're making. That can be a bit of a problem right there. Instead of put a price on the quality of the relationship, that could be a bit of a problem because ain't no man gonna be able to reach that. And even if he could reach that, are you worth reaching that for? As I said earlier. What do you think?
What's confusing is that if I wonder if the women are getting that feedback that your expectations are too high or something, and so for you to lower if you want to be picked. I don't know if they're getting that feedback or they're being told, or they are being told that, but then the woman's like, no, I'm going to stand my ground. Well, then you're just not going to be picked. Like, I don't, if they're, see, that's what that lady is saying, they're actually getting feedback from the men. So then, then the ball is in the women's court. Like, what are you going to do now? So are you going to keep demanding what you demand and expect what you're, expecting? Well, then if you're going to do that, then obviously you're not going to get picked. So are you going to lower your standards or not?
Yeah, exactly. And like I said earlier, and like you mentioned earlier, why don't men negotiate with them? Because like I said, we can't tell them anything. That's how it is in America. That's how it is in China. We can't tell women to lower their standards because then they're going to look at us like we're the problem. We need to boss up and get our money right, get on their level. And like I said, even if I get on that level, are you worth leveling up for? I've always said demand less and you'll get more. But some women don't want to listen to that. The less you demand, the more you shall receive.
Yes, exactly. Then you just lose out then. Don't cry about it.
Right. Fair use.
On top of that, men also need to provide more in terms of material and emotional support. So, men like us really feel we can't afford to marry such women. We feel that the emotional balance in the relationship would be very weak. As a result, they would rather choose someone younger, with lower expectations.
Not to mention more impressionable and more easy to negotiate with. But then again, you could argue that I always say, younger isn't better, older isn't better. Because you got young women out here that are probably just as stubborn as these older women are. So yeah, you still have to choose your partners wisely. Oh, well, you gotta hop off. Come right back soon, Cyrax. Come right back soon. Cyrax says she'll be right back, folks. She's still up here on the panel, but she says she'll be right back. Yeah, she's still here, but she says she'll be right back. Okay, let's continue. Fair use.
Even though a younger woman may not be as capable, she tends to have a gentler personality and isn't as demanding financially.
I mean, that right there, I kind of agree and kind of disagree with. Because like I said, we got some younger women out here. You can't really tell them shit. They think they know everything and can do everything. So whether they're younger or older, you still have to properly vet these women and see what they're about. Yes, older women are younger and more fertile in comparison, but that's the only real advantage that they have over, older women. That's the only real advantage that they have. That's probably the only advantage that they really have over older people. Is that is the fact that they're old, is that they're younger and probably more fertile in comparison. Oh, I see how that works. That's the only real advantage that younger women, have over older women, is their youth and fertility. Quality is truly a matter of opinion. So that's why I never will agree that younger is better than older or older is younger than better. I think both have their ups and their downs. So you still have to vet carefully in that regard. But anyways, fair use.
This explains very well why, at offline matchmaking events like this, many men leave after just a glance.
Yep.
It's not that they are picky about the women's age, but rather the additional conditions and expectations these older single women come with that make them feel overwhelmed.
Exactly. Like I said, demand less, you'll get more.
Therefore, even if men show up, they quickly leave. This is the reality.
Many older single men need to understand that blind dates are not necessarily the best way to find a partner. A lot of people might think, I can't find someone, so I'll just go on blind dates. But the reality isn't that simple. Nowadays, almost all women have certain material requirements in blind dates, like having a car, a house, or even being able to make them happy.
Now, granted, having a car and a house is not so much a big deal because by that age, you should already have a house. But I also understand that as things happen, housing is very expensive. I mean, look at this shit I had to go through just to get this condominium. So I understand things happen. People can't just afford this shit off rip. So I get that aspect. But yeah, you want to get married, you do need a house, a car, and a job of your own. We get that. But are you willing to go through whatever bad circumstances that come with trying to maintain such things is what we're really concerned with. But anyways, fair use.
This isn't the era where people meet and immediately decide to get married anymore.
No.
The process of blind dating has become more complex now. At its core, blind dating is just a way to meet people. It doesn't directly guarantee you'll walk into marriage.
No.
Most women nowadays want men who not only meet certain material conditions, but can also provide emotional support. So, blind dates are not a suitable solution for all men. Why do some people succeed as soon as they go on a blind date? This often has a direct connection to their personal qualities and attractiveness. These people not only have material advantages, but also emotional appeal. Therefore, instead of putting all your hope on blind dates, you should spend more time interacting with more women and finding the one who truly suits you.
Makes sense to me.
You need to keep working hard, especially in terms of emotional investment, and even learn how others are pursuing women. Observe how those with experience interact with women, then try to imitate their techniques and continually adjust your approach. Don't feel embarrassed about it. Seeking advice from those with experience can actually help you improve faster. In short, if you don't have the ability to make a girl happy, relying solely on blind dates is far from enough.
It is.
Blind dating is just one channel, but whether you succeed depends on how you improve yourself, showcase your strengths, and win the heart of the other person emotionally.
我是非常不推荐的。
And sometimes I don't like when they have they speak in Chinese or whatever, then it switches to subtitles along with the English translations. That's kind of annoying. I see that in documentaries all the time when you got people of a foreign language. But shout out to y'all anyways. Cheers.
人是相信的。
I strongly advise men not to participate in blind dates. The women you meet during blind dates often have a strong transactional mindset. They will weigh the pros and cons because these women see themselves as sellers in the emotional market.
Yeah, like I said, putting price tags on, putting price numbers, putting numbers on everything.
Many of these older single women fail to recognize their own position. Since they have already entered the matchmaking market, it indicates that their options are limited.
Yeah. And now, does that mean that there are no women there are no men that are going to be pursued by older men? I'm gonna say no, because I've seen some beautifully attractive women in their 30s, 40s, hell, some even in their 50s. But the thing about it is, for those of us who want to get married and start families, we're not pursuing those kind of women because, as we mentioned earlier, fertility issues. I mean, you may be good to look at and have around short term, but what about for the long term commitment? The only kind of men I can see marrying an older woman is probably a man that's already been married, or been divorced, and already got kids. Because he's already been through all that. Hell, she probably been through all that as well. So they don't have to, so fertility is not going to be such an issue for a man that's already had children. But for those of us who don't have children at an older age, that could be a bit of a problem when it comes to linking up with older men, older women. That's going to be a bit of an issue, in my humble opinion. Well, let's continue. Fair use.
Think about it. Top talent usually doesn't go to a job market, right? Similarly, the women who enter the blind date market are generally of lower quality.
Yeah, top talent never goes to a job fair. If you're top tier, you wouldn't go to something that's beneath you. So these women are truly top tier. Why are they going to a dating? Why are they going to some event that puts them in a whole different category altogether? And that's the category that they belong to. Yep.
Yet they still think of themselves as premium sellers. When you engage with,
they're not even platinum sellers, honestly,
with such women, it's not just about showing off your conditions to successfully match. These older single women often have a lofty attitude, and many times you have to first demonstrate your willingness to invest, even by putting in a lot of effort and resources. Many men don't understand this point.
This is my forensic.
Ugh, damn these ads.
Like, comment, and subscribe because it's just what the doctor prescribed.
Cyrax, are you back yet?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Damn these ads. All right, let's continue. You have anything? Was you listening in the back?
Yes.
Well, anything you want to add before I continue?
Oh no, I've actually agreed like pretty much everything that he's said. But the one thing I feel like that we need to agree on, or the dating market needs to agree on, is whether or not to, or if we're gonna look at relationship as transactional, then look at it transactional. Are we gonna look, if we're not gonna look at it transactional, then don't look at it transactional. I think there needs to be an agreement upon upon that. And in my opinion, I think it should I think maybe in order to be fair to both sides, it has to be seen as transactional, as in you laid your cards on the line, he lays his card on the on the line, and then negotiate that way, and then make sure you come and make sure you follow through with what you're promising, what you have down on your list. You get what I'm saying? I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's unspoken that they think that you should know and you think that they should know, but the thing is that because people they they don't think like you. So while you think that they should know, they might not even know, and so that's where like contention comes in. That's where conflict comes in because you're assuming that this person is like this, and they're assuming you're like this, and then wonder why there's so much chaos. People need to be real with themselves. They need to analyze themselves, know where they're at, know their position, know their worth, know their value. You know, have them write them down, and then the guy needs to do the same, and then and then trade off to see if if there's anything there you like, if there's anything there that she likes, and then go about it that way. If it if they want to make it like I guess easier, because people are just working off of energy, or they're just assuming that this person might have this kind of quality. I feel like maybe it's better to just like write them down, or to just verbalize it, and see if that's what they want. If to see if that's what they want to either put up with, or they're okay with, and all that.
Yeah, that's a good point too. They need to be on. They need to be more transparent when it comes to this kind of stuff. Don't just assume we know what to do when we go into these events.
Exactly.
And I just don't believe in transactional relationship unless you work in the entertainment industry, like the adult film industry. I don't believe in transactional relationships like that. That only applies in certain areas of life, not in the world of people who are looking for traditional relationships. But you're right. They need to be more transparent and consistent with what to expect when it comes to this kind of stuff.
I feel like everything in life is transactional, and in a way, it's just that we may not say it out loud, but in a way, it is transactional. The love, what we do for our kids when our kids grow up, you kind of want them to reciprocate that. So if you look at it, that is transactional. Like what you do for a friend, you would hope that friend will repay that favor. That's again, that's transactional. It's just unspoken, and I feel like maybe we need to start speaking, those things out loud, because, we're just obviously, the unspoken part is not being understood by both parties. People, you think that this person know that, oh, this is your job to do this, and they're thinking, oh, it's your job to do this. But then it's like, well, you didn't ask this of me. It's like, well, did we need to be asked? It's like, well, sometimes, yeah, and so I feel like, maybe we just need to be open and, like you said, transparent with what you want what you expect from that partner, and they need to openly express what they expect and want from you, and then you can make the decision whether or not you want to be with that person. Now, if you're going to agree to be with that person, then you better make damn sure that you come through and meet their expectations. If you want them to meet your expectations, but you have to verbalize it. Otherwise, how's the other person going to know? Because then you can't then say, because then because you give them wiggle room, because they could be like, well, I didn't know, you didn't tell me. Well, if you tell them up front, then then that means that they have no choice but to either follow through, or or let you down. Because then if they let you down, then you know that it's not your fault, it's their fault.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I doubt anyone would do that, but that's what needs to be done. But that is what needs to be done. That's a good point right there. They need to be honest and upfront. I'm not going to go to some singles events. I say, well, this woman wanted to make $5,000, both $500,000, $500,000, $700,000 a year, yada yada yada. She want me to have this, that, and the third, yada yada yada. And then they be like, well, what did you expect? No, sweetie, you better tell me what the hell I'm getting myself into first before you do that. If somebody joined the military after the recruiter and said you're going to go through this, that, and the third, and they still whine and complain. If you know what you're getting into, don't complain about the end result later. But a lot of times they don't be knowing what they're getting themselves into until they have to actually get there.
And sometimes the process needs to be explained. I feel like, with this, generation, everything needs to be explained and out in the open. okay, if you're going to do this, then this means that you're going to be doing this, this, and this. You're going to do this. You can't say no to this, this, and this. Yeah, and sometimes depending on your partner, they might give you a little grace or give you a little wiggle room. But that doesn't mean that just because they gave you grace that you're going to be like this. So and so remember that it's just depending on your partner, it might be like this. Yes, I'm afraid that we might have to do that with this generation because it's not working. The dating market, it's in chaos, and yeah, maybe it just needs to be explained. Sadly enough.
Yeah, that's true. All facts. All right, let's continue. I've got 8 minutes of the video left. All right, fair use.
All here for a blind date. So why should I spend so much energy pursuing a woman? This stems from these women's mindset. A blind date is not about directly discussing cooperation or making a transaction. You need to invest first, just like paying a deposit to show that you have an intention to buy. Yep. Only then will these women pick the most suitable partner from those who have shown interest in buying. On the surface, blind dating seems like a shortcut because you can directly communicate face-to-face with women, feeling like you're closer to the result. But in reality, this shortcut often backfires. The simpler the channel to meet women, the simpler it is for other men to meet her too.
Yeah, and they always say sometimes the shortest route is not the best route, so it makes sense when you think about it.
Which makes the competition even fiercer. On blind dates, you usually encounter those women who are the hardest to deal with, yet whose conditions aren't that good. Therefore, unless it's absolutely necessary, men should never go on blind dates. Blind dating is a way to avoid competition. What are men avoiding by going on blind dates?
Good question.
First, they are avoiding the opportunity to actively meet women on their own. Second, they are avoiding the process of enhancing their own attractiveness. Lastly, they are avoiding the learning process of communicating with women and the ability to learn how to make women fall in love with them.
Yeah, you're not going to learn all that from some damn blind date. I can tell you that now. The best way to learn those skills is to meet women more concrete in open spaces. You meet somebody at the supermarket, at school, at church, whatever. That's the only way you're going to learn those kind of skills, honestly. And that goes for women too. The best way for y'all to learn how to communicate with men is to meet men more concretely at school or at church or at work, or well, not work, but in more open spaces, not some damn dating site or blind dates or whatever.
Yeah, more organically.
Yeah, but you know how we humans are. We're going to take the path of least resistance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think sometimes speed dating and blind dates more or less increase that. They kind of make that path of least resistance even more, more of a hazard. Instead, it adds roadblocks to that path of least resistance.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's continue. Fair use.
You find all of this too troublesome, and you want to take a shortcut. You don't want to face competition, nor do you want to improve yourself, so you end up paying the price, dealing with women who are neither high quality nor easy to get, and are even full of tricks and deceptions. This year's 3:15 Evening Gala also exposed the scams on matchmaking platforms.
Yep, it's a scam.
Many of the women shown on these platforms don't even exist. Or the women arranged by matchmaking agencies are just employees of the company, professional shills, or actresses. These scams target those men who are lazy, avoid competition, and want to skip steps.
Damn, so you online, it can be a scam. I didn't know all that. Now, damn, I won't lie to you. I was not 100% aware of that aspect when it comes to these blind dates and dating services. I was not aware of that, honestly. But you mentioned how this stuff can be a scam. So I guess there you go. That confirms it.
Yes.
That just confirmed it, that they can be a scam. They either people working for the company or just hired actresses. Man, oh man. I mean, when you think about it, you can't say it's a scam. Consider how they charge high prices for the member that the women get in for free. That's a red flag in of itself,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right, fair use.
This, in fact, reflects the greed of human nature. Do you think you're the only man who thinks this way?
No.
There are tens of thousands of men who think the same. So why should good women come to you? This simply doesn't align with the market's supply and demand relationship.
我昨天跟一个40岁的单身美女姐姐吃饭，然后她跟我说，
Yesterday, I had dinner with a 40-year-old single woman. She told me that from now on, she only plans to date guys born in the 1990s. Out of
Okay, so she wants younger men instead of old men her own age. Let's see what she has to say.
curiosity, I asked her why. She said that after going on many blind dates, she found that men born in the 1970s and 1980s were all very strange.
Salute to you 80s, 70s, and 80s babies out there. You got birthdays coming up. Salute to y'all. Happy B-Day.
Some men, even at the age of 50, still complain that she's too old. Some men, who are short, ugly, and poor, complain that she's not good looking enough.
Short, ugly, and poor? Really? I don't think a man like that's in a position to complain about her looking like that, but I don't know. Maybe that's just the men that's approaching her. I don't know. What do you think?
A lie. Or that just could be a lie.
Yeah, maybe in
I
her
don't know.
eyes, that's what they look like.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. Maybe she's just lying that, oh, they're short, they're ugly, and they're poor, and they have the nerve to say this. It's like, are there, I don't think men that are poor or they know that they're so-called ugly or short are gonna, say stuff like that to a woman that if you think if she's like good looking, I don't think he, I don't know. I don't think he would, I don't know. That's why I feel like I think it's just her way of eliminating and making herself, look better than she is.
Yeah, could be. Could be. That's like me going to a restaurant saying, oh, the food is crap just because I didn't like it. Yeah, kind of like that.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's continue. Fair use.
There are also men who brag about making millions a year, but take her to eat ramen on dates.
So just because you're rich, I mean, you got to take everybody to an expensive restaurant. Sheesh. From what I understand, even the rich and famous like to go on simple dates or simple gatherings or simple hangout spots. So, geez, that's just what I hear anyway.
Exactly.
But anyways, fair use.
She said that all the men she has encountered are strange.
How?
And these men also have very high standards for women.
And?
On the contrary, she said that the guys she met who were born in the 1990s didn't,
in other words, mid-20s or early 30s men,
have so many requirements and didn't mind the age difference.
That's probably because they just want to smash and dash.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm speaking from my experience because I was 26 dealing with women in their early to mid 30s or whatever. I never wanted to take any of them seriously because, again, I had an abundance mindset and whatever happens just happens. Now, did I get it in with some of them? Yes, I did, but not all of them. And yes, I did get rejected because of my young age, but I had some say, normally I don't date younger men, but I like you because I can articulate and have conversation with women older than myself. So that's my experience. I've dealt with older women as a younger man in his mid to late 20s. So yeah, I can say that sometimes they will go for that, but I wasn't trying to seriously date them off rip. And that's probably what she was going through. Younger men that have a high standard for her, but they weren't trying to date her, take her seriously off rip. They just wanted some fun, or better yet, a sugar mama. They into that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm. I've heard a few stories of those.
And by the way, how old do you have to be a sugar mama? I'm just curious.
From what I heard, like usually sugar mamas are like over 50 though. But I have heard, I would say like over 55. But then the youngest that I've heard, a sugar mom as in someone who like we're talking about like a single woman that supports like his lifestyle, right?
Yeah, kind of like that.
So yeah, I've heard, I've heard over 50, but then I have heard some that are like even younger than that, that are single and don't have kids that will support his lifestyle. And so, although I wouldn't really call that a sugar mama, those, because sometimes sugar mama are usually referred to like much a little bit much older, like past 50.
I was thinking past 40, but I guess I was thinking early mid 40s, but close enough. I had a chick offer me to be her sugar baby, but I let, no, I'm not doing that. That's
I
just not
mean,
something I'm into. But okay. But the thing is, he didn't care about the age. Younger men don't care about the age gap because they're probably not trying to be serious with you. They just want some fun.
exactly.
'Cause,
I
yeah,
mean,
I-
and was she looking for a serious relationship in you, or was she looking to have fun also?
yeah, could be. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We were kind of on the same page.
Okay.
I mean, we didn't communicate that directly, but we kind of communicated that with our injury. It was like a nonverbal communication that we understood.
Okay.
So I guess she wanted the same thing too, just to see where it goes. And if she gets my penis and I give her, if she gets my penis, I get her cooch out of it, then it is what it is.
Yes, exactly. There's an
Yeah,
understanding
that's how I
there.
was doing it. That's how I was doing it when I was in my 20s, so I can vouch for that. But anyways, fair use.
In fact, there are even a few guys in their 90s who are actively pursuing her. That's why she plans to only date guys born in the 90s from now on.
Uh-huh. So she's an older woman trying to get with younger men born in the 90s instead of guys born in the 80s like myself. I'm guessing she's in her early to mid 40s dealing with dudes in their early to, I'm gonna say mid 20s, early 30s or something like that. So she's gonna date younger men from now on. Okay, because the men her age don't want to take her seriously.
You know, that's just a failure. Unless again, you know, it all depends what their true intentions are. Their goal is. If their goal is just to have fun, then I can see why she only wants to date those date younger men. But if her intention is to have kids and stuff, then oh, that lady, she's messed up. Someone needs to inform her that that's not the right path to go.
It isn't, believe me. And again, I'm speaking from my experience because I dealt with older women when I was in my 20s, and I didn't see a lot of them as being relationship qualified. I mean, they weren't bad people; they were good to talk to, but I wasn't just trying to have no relationship with them. And looking back now, I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. But anyways, fair use.
She also mentioned that in today's society, where there are more men than women, any older single man who's left is likely to have some issues.
Yeah, women ain't choosing him. It's more men. It's more men than women in China. So the men that aren't chosen, that get left out. That's because women are not choosing those men for whatever reasons. They got to go elsewhere.
I didn't catch what she said at the very end.
No, she said it's more. She said there are more men than women. Go to an area where there's more women than there's more men than women. The men that don't get chosen are leftovers. Because the women don't choose those.
As born in the 90s from now on. She also mentioned that in today's society, where there are more men than women, any older single man who's left is likely to have some issues.
Oh, I have some issues.
Okay, so you're an older man single in a world where it's more men than it's more men than women. Something is wrong with you. I don't know about all that. Now they're trying to flip the script and put the shame on men because it's been put on women for so many years now. We do that in America enough.
Yeah,
I mean, here in America, it's more. Here in America, it's more women than men. So our options, well, we have plenty to choose from. Quantity, quality is not enough to choose from. Take away the 304s, take away the control freaks, take away the gold diggers, take away the bitter single baby mamas. We ain't got a lot to choose from. Take away, and of course, it goes without saying, take away the married women like yourself, for example, and the committed women. We ain't got a lot to choose from.
I guess it all depends what she means by, you know, issues. You know, if maybe, you know, the issues might be, oh, he's, that he may be, you know, may have multiple partners, or the reason why he hasn't married is because, you know, maybe he has, you know, I hate to say it like this, but, you know, like mommy or daddy issues or whatever. I guess it all depends what they mean by issues, because not, you know, not every issue is should be looked down upon. It could just, you know, there could just be reasons. Maybe they shouldn't have said issues. They should have said maybe reasons. But then, you know,
Yeah.
not necessarily bad, you know.
Yeah, and that's right. That's absolutely correct. But the way she was talking, it's like, oh, they got bad issues. Like they got mental, physical, psychological issues. The way she articulated that's what you would think.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, despite the way she translated and the words that they use, yeah, it sort of does seem like, oh, something's wrong with him.
Yeah. But anyways, fair use.
Men are left single mostly because they are passive,
Are we?
while we women are single because we actively choose to be.
I'm calling cap on that shit. Triple the cap on that shit.
C-A-P. Cap.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
That's a triple cap right there. We're single because we're too passive. Well, for some men, maybe. But can you honestly say that a vast majority of our women are single because they choose to be, or single by choice, or are they single by their choices? Which is it now?
I think it should be looked at like in a different way. Because I took it as I interpreted a little bit different, as in like, you know, the men are passive. Well, Asian men tend to be a bit more passive. So I think I would agree with her there. But then when she said, you know, women choose to be single because women are single because they choose to be. Yeah, you know, they are choosing to be single because they have to because they're not because they are unwilling to settle to so-called settle down with, you know, with a regular person. And that's
That's
not
a
a
good
good
point.
thing. Yeah, that's not a good thing because they're being too picky. Yeah, they're choosing to be single. Yeah, so women should be, you know, well, if that's your choice, then you know what? Don't cry about it because you chose to be like that. Then, you know, yeah, just don't cry. It's not like you didn't have choices or opportunities. Of course, you know, you had plenty of choices and opportunity. You didn't want to pick them because you're afraid that you might settle down, you know. And so if you're going to be you're single alone because you chose to be single alone. Don't blame it on nobody but yourself.
Absolutely right. And that's why I've always looked at that kind of thing. Well said. Okay, let's continue. Fair use.
As a woman myself, I really wanted to advise her, but in the end, I stayed silent. Do you know why? I had nothing to say because I knew she was right. I couldn't argue with her logic. What do you think? Is she?
I think she's full of shit. That's what I think.
Right?
Today, I want to say something that might upset millions of women, but I'm saying it for their own good.
Hey, well, you ain't saying anything that I'd already said to upset our modern day women, so go right ahead and speak your piece.
Many people are discussing the issue of older leftover men and women, and people are asking, in the end, who has it worse, older leftover men or older leftover women?
That's a matter of opinion. Who do you think has it worse, older men or older women? I mean, it's not rhetorical. I'm asking.
Yeah, I think it all depends on how you look at it. You know, have it worse as in in what way? See, I'm always looking at things, you know, in the long run. You know, at the end, you know, I think it would be worse for women, not men. Because again, you know, men could always find a partner. You know, women can't always find a partner because they have to be picked. And so,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, women need to be more aware of this if they want to be picked.
Yeah. So that's how women have it worse. But I guess people say men have it worse when they're older because, yeah, they got the lifestyle, they got this, that, and the third, they got their lives in order. But first of all, they got to compete with women their own age who have the same things that they have. So they're not going to be looked at as anything special. You saw with these older women at the dating site, they didn't look at these men as anything special because, hell, they got jobs, the man got a job. You got this, I got that. So we're not going to be looked at as anything special. That's why they want to get with a woman that's younger and doesn't have all these things. So they got to compete with they got to contend with a bunch of women who have the same kind of resources that they have. So that can make it harder for them. And, you know, women don't want to, you know, cooperate with men who have the same things that they have. You know, they say high supply means decrease in value. Ever heard that before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When you increase the supply of something, its value goes down. Like a smartphone. Everybody got a smartphone. I got a smartphone. So what? You got one too. So its value is plummeted. Same thing in the dating market. If women are working and making money like men, then they're not going to look at men who make money and working as anything of value. That's the first problem older men may have. The second problem they have is while they can date younger, it's a common fact that a lot of younger women only want older men for their money. Like at 40 years old, I could probably go out and get a 25 or 26-year-old, but who's to say she's not a gold digger using me for my money? So that's why I say who has it worse in the dating market between older men and younger women is truly a matter of opinion. It's a quality of how the person carry themselves. Both have it difficult, but for women, it's more of a fertility, biological thing. For us, it's more of a financial and, social thing.
Yeah, but then one thing that men will always have an advantage over women is the fact that men, the age factor doesn't really won't affect them all that much. Yeah, well, don't go all the way young because of course they're just gonna watch your money. But then you can still shoot in the middle. Women, while women can go down a little bit, they can't go much down. Because again, they do have that problem too, where you have young guys that will want to date older women just for money, but then that's not many though. While there's a lot, women for the most part wouldn't mind dating a man that's much older. Not a whole lot of men would date a more older woman. So yeah, that's why women have to be more again, stop like conflating your value as a woman. Again, time is not on our side. Time is on the men's side.
Yeah, it is. But then again, who wants to be 40-something years old still chasing tail, or females? Who wants to be 40 years old still chasing sexual thrills? That's all good when you're in college or in high school or college or whatever. But come on, when you're older, it don't look right.
Exactly. It's just sad.
But that's what the dating market has come to. But let's continue. This video is almost done. Fair use.
Many believe that leftover men have it worse. Their logic is that since women are economically independent, they will fare better in their later years than men, who are less economically capable and thus less independent.
I gotta call cap on that shit. Double cap.
C-A-P. Cap. Cap. C-A-P. Cap.
Let's continue.
Leading to a worse situation for them compared to women. From a psychological perspective, some people argue like this. It's like a football match. If the score is 2-0 and the women fight back to make it 2-1 and eventually tie at 2-2, even though the score is tied, the side that caught up has a psychological advantage and a better mindset. Therefore, they say that older leftover women will have a better life in the second half of their lives. I think this kind of reasoning is really ridiculous. I sincerely advise everyone to stop consuming so much chicken soup for the soul. The so-called chicken soup for the soul is just a tool to numb your thoughts, giving you a false sense of hope, making you temporarily forget the harsh realities of life, just like boiling a frog in warm water. Those who truly understand the truth about life won't tell you the truth, but will just keep feeding you chicken soup. This is also the trick that bosses use in the workplace, right?
Really?
In reality, older leftover men might be in a much better position than older leftover women in the future. And
no fucking shit.
This difference is not just a little better, but significantly better. I say these harsh words not to strike down older leftover women, but to help them face reality, break free from the anesthesia of chicken soup for the soul, and truly love life. Only by doing so can you find the real remedy. And although good medicine tastes bitter, it's for your own good. Why do I say older leftover men are 1,000 times better off than older leftover women? It's because of human nature. Going back to ancient times, the emperor had his harem. And for him, his concubines were like his ears, eyes, nose, arms, and legs. They were just a part of his life.
Correct.
But for those concubines, the emperor was their everything.
Exactly, which proves a point. Women need men more than men will ever need women. To a man, a woman is just a bonus in his life, but for the woman, he's a necessity in his life. Yep, this has been going on since the dawn of time, since God created the earth.
Yes, I agree.
And that will never
100%.
change. That will never change. I mean, when you think about it, What do women need men for? Fixing things around the house, lifting heavy furniture, fighting to protect them, that kind of thing. What do we need women for? Just companionship, sexual or otherwise. That's about it. Now you want to be my extra eyes and ears, like you're the extra eyes and ears to your husband. Okay, that's one thing, but that's all he needs you for, companionship and to be a bonus in his lifestyle. But you need him for all the masculine things to be done around the house, right?
Exactly.
And I can't say that's a bad thing, because come on, your refrigerator break, you gonna call one of your female besties? No, the fuck you in. You gonna call that man that you got living in your house to fix that shit, and if he can't, get someone that can do it. That's how that works.
You're right about that. Mm-hmm.
So that's why it blows when I hear women say they don't need men for anything. Get the hell up out of here. You're gonna call your little female bestie or your mom or your female cousins or your sister to fix things and move furniture? No, the hell you ain't. Until you break your back or break your wrist, then you're gonna see what the hell we talking about. Wow. So that proves it. Even the emperors had females that were their extra eyes and ears and bonuses, while these ladies needed the man more so than he needed them. That's why they were so quick to dismiss them whenever they fucked up. So, hey, but fair use.
This is the nature of humanity. Some people might say, this is modern society. Civilization has progressed. But
no, progress, more like digressed, if you ask me.
Even in modern times, when entering middle or old age, if a partner leaves, women often feel like the sky has fallen, while men, although they may feel sad and heartbroken, will quickly adjust, wipe away their tears and stun, and
adapt and overcome. That's what I always say.
Move on with their lives. This happens quite often, right? This is not an exaggeration, but a common phenomenon. Why is this the case? It's because for men, family is just a part of their lives, not their whole life.
Correct.
Once they figure this out and don't lose the bigger picture for small losses, their lives can continue to be exciting. But for women, no matter how independent or strong they are, family is still their everything.
Absolutely. Family is everything to a woman, but it's a bonus to a man. Makes sense to me.
That's the difference. So I hope older leftover women can realize this and understand where the problem lies, so they can have the courage to live a better life and truly love life. Otherwise, every day you post on social media, flaunting your independence and strength, pairing it with chicken soup, roses, and red wine, trying to prove you don't need love or men. These are just ways to numb yourself.
Coping mechanisms.
You can all find happiness, all right? Do you agree with my viewpoint? Feel free to leave your comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, that's the video. What you thought so far?
I actually like the ending, what he said, and I actually, yeah, I agree, because I always I tell my husband this all the time. Like, I don't know what I would do if, like, one day, like, he's gone. I think I'll be in shambles, because he pretty much like runs everything, and so of course I have to make sure that I appreciate him and be grateful, because again, we are like the flowers, we should feel lucky if we get picked, and and it is his job to make sure that the flower, the rose, doesn't wilt away and stuff like that. So I mean, it requires both to put in work to make it work, but I do get that women are, for some reason, they have sort of switched it around and make it seem like, well, of course you should pick me, I'm going to do this, and I bring value and this and that. Well, if you're going to say that, then make sure you actually do what you say. Then, if you're saying that, oh, you're this and that, well, you better prove that you're this and that. And it seems like a lot of women aren't doing, they're not doing what they promise, and so men are getting, and starting to make men feel some sort of way to a point where they're even giving up on dating. So that's sad, that's sad.
Yeah, it is sad, believe me, but that's what it's come to nowadays. I mean, the whole point of this stream was to show how the dating market in China is no better than it is out here in America. But now we see it. The dating market in China is no better.
Exactly.
My Lord.
And that's why when I hear, these, like, I mean, these passport bros, I mean, it's fine, you want to go, outside the country and find yourself, a woman from a, different country, it's your prerogative. Again, it's your right. Do whatever you want, but don't think that, that it's any different from an American woman too, because of a lot of, even in Asia, they're becoming more modern, modernized their they have access to same technology, maybe not as advanced but just enough, and so don't think that they're like a completely traditional or whatever. This whole world is moving towards it's getting more and more modernized, and so to sort of say that, oh, American women are the worst, yeah, uh I definitely disagree with that. Yeah, we may be more I guess, like, opinionated, but just with everything, all it takes is just a man putting his foot down and explaining to his wife or his girlfriend or whatever that I'm the leader. If you want me to lead our relationship, then I need you to to follow me and to not to stop giving me shit or whatever, and to have more trust in one another. Yeah. A
Yeah,
traditional
makes perfect
submissive
sense.
woman doesn't necessarily mean she trusts you or whatever. She's just being submissive because you could be like either her meal ticket, her plane ticket, whatever it is. I don't know if you hear a lot of stories about these passport bros marrying women from another country, then as soon as they get here, they end up leaving him. And so
Yep, I hear the stories. That's why it's been said time and time again. If you're going to go overseas and meet a woman, best to stay your ass in that country. Don't bring her back here to the States, because then she's going to be modernized and then falling with the sisterhood, yada yada yada, and she's going to look at you in the same manner as the modern women in America do. So yeah, I heard the story. So yeah, you ain't lying about that. I've heard enough of those stories. I mean, the only exception may be if she's so strong in her culture and traditional value that she doesn't give in to this stuff, because it's a few American women out here who don't buy into this old modern day narratives and want to be traditional and be married. But just don't get your don't get your hopes up too much, And like you said, if you're going overseas, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you want to go overseas, like you said, you want to go overseas, that's fine by me. But just understand that there's trash everywhere. It's trash everywhere, but I guess in some cultures it's more treasure than it is trash. And I guess China got almost as much trash as America does. The only difference between us and China is the fact that China enforces traditionalism down to a fault practically. Even going as far as setting their own kids up with somebody to ensure that they do get married at a certain point. So whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is a matter of opinion, but at least they're standing firm on traditionalism compared to us Americans who just don't give a shit anymore. We started giving a shit 40, 50 years ago, relying on the government, relying on liberation, just do what the fuck we want to do. So that's all a matter of opinion.
I agree. Women, I don't want to say we've lost weight, but then I feel like we've lost, the most important value, and that is, family. And family is nothing without the father, then without the head of the household. And so
exactly,
the sooner women, learn to value not only themselves, but then to value the man, then the sooner, we could come back together and hopefully, make this society a better place to live. One of the things my mom taught me, she made sure that it's ingrained in all my sisters, is that the one thing you never want to do is step on your husband's head, because that's like the ultimate disrespect. And if you disrespect, if you step over his head, then you step on his head, over his head, then that shows that you don't value him. And so why would the world value him? Why would society care what he thinks? And then it's going to be you.
That's
So
what y'all
value your
call the step.
husband.
That's what y'all call the stepping on his head, or we call stepping on their toes. But I guess stepping on his head is just the same concept.
It's just more harsher. So yeah, stepping on his head because you don't want to do that. Because that's what a man is. A man is the head of the household. He's the head.
Exactly
So,
right. But I guess in this society, they think the man should be the head of the household. Oh, salute to you, Killer Swag. Getting that bad, don't care about price tags. Salute to you, my guy. Glad you could stop by.
Hi, Joe. How are you doing?
And good show y'all put on last night. Good to see y'all back in action again. But yeah, this was an interesting discussion. I'm glad I got your perspective. You said you're half Chinese, so you were born in Chinese, or you come from a Chinese mother, father, or which
My
half
dad
of
is
you is?
Chinese.
Oh, your father's Chinese. Okay.
Yes. Well, no, my parents are born in China. I was born here. I'm an American American
So
born. I'm
you're
first generation.
so you're Chinese American, in other words.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. So it's good to get your perspective on someone who was born and raised in China. I'm pretty sure you've seen. Well, maybe you were too. I'm not sure you were old enough to see this stuff in your home country, but maybe your parents said something. But good to get your perspective based on what you've seen and heard.
Well, you said you were born in. Did you say you were born in China?
No. I said you were. I was born in America.
Oh,
Do I sound Chinese to you?
No, that's why I was like, what? Am I hearing this right?
I don't sound Chinese. I couldn't do a Chinese accent if I wanted to. Now, I watch a lot of Japanese stuff, like Japanese anime, but that's the closest I've gotten towards their culture, towards getting in touch with their culture. Y'all got some tight animation, good animation. Y'all make the best anime shows, I can tell you that.
My parents are from China, and Mongolia, so.
Yeah, good to know. So,
I was gonna say, thank you for letting me up. I had a good time, chatting with you. I think I ran across Zara, and I was talking to her, and I was telling her, Zara B, right?
Yeah, I know Zara B.
Yeah, I love her, but yeah, she was telling me about your channel, and so I was like, yeah, I have to go back. I had a good time the last time that we spoke, and so I'm like, I have to go back and chit chat with them. So I'm glad I'm glad I'm here, and I had fun. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, what's your final thoughts before you dip off? I'm doing final thoughts now.
I think I've said pretty much that. I wanted to say. I understand that. Although I may be for, I agree with the whole the bride price. I understand that it's not for everybody, and I just hope that people come together. People are more people have more patience and compassion for one another. It's better. Two is better than one. And I hope people move with more attention, and yeah, get to know yourself before you decide to go out there and date somebody. It's always better you have to know yourself before you date someone, so that way you could vet, better. That way who you want, who you don't want, what you don't want in a person, and yeah, and to not be so I guess not to be so afraid. I understand you hear stories of women, taking man's stuff and all this stuff. But then if you trust yourself and if you vet properly, then you should have nothing to be afraid of. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. That happens a lot here in America. A lot. More times than people like to admit.
Yes.
But good to have you up here, Cyrus. Be sure to come back.
I sure will. Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe on your way out. Well, you probably already subscribed, but like the stream on your way out.
I already did, of course.
All right.
And you
Thanks
take
for
care,
thanks
all
for
right?
coming up, Cyrus.
Of course. You take care. Until
You
next time.
too, ma'am. You too.
All right, goodbye.
All right. Now, my final thoughts on this whole thing, ladies and gentlemen, this just proves that, hey, if you like Cyrus said, you're going to go overseas or whatever, you need to be real careful where you go, because based on what you just saw right there, you can see some cultures having no better than us Americans. You see the dating market in China is just full of shit as it is. You thought the singles events in America were crummy. Look at the ones out here, look at the ones out there in China. They're no better. Older women with unrealistic expectations, putting a price tag and a number on damn near everything just to show their value. But at the end of the day, those women don't have much value to even offer. So yeah, it's a real crapshoot out there. So yeah, the Chinese don't have it any better than us Americans when it come down to it. So that's why I say you have to be careful who you deal with, whether it's in the States or out of the States. You have to always be careful who you deal with. So yeah, that's just to give y'all a little discussion on how the dating market in China is no different than what's going on here in America. The only big difference is I can see from what I'm understanding is that at least in China, they're pushing traditionalism to the forefront and enforcing it damn near to a fault, to the point where it seems like they're being dictators instead of advocates of marriages and relationships. I mean, I'm all for preparing your kids for marriages and relationships, but these people do it to the point where it seems like they're trying to control them. I mean, seriously, it's your parents signing you up to meet somebody or arranging for you to meet somebody just so they can have a lineage. Here in America, we call that oppression, but every culture is different. And that old bride price, salute to Cyrus for explaining that, because from my perspective, being born in America, that just seems too far-fetched. I got to give your family money just to marry you and take you off their hands? Really? Thanks for explaining that for us, because that just seems far-fetched from American standpoint. But I get it. Every culture does things differently. Like I said, they enforce this stuff down to a fault, for better or for worse. But I'm glad you offered that explanation. So yeah, those are my final thoughts on this whole thing. So yeah, we gotta do better nationwide. And I guess it kind of makes sense that China would be getting more modernized, seeing as how they're way more advanced over there than America. I mean, they get access to shit before we even get it. I don't care if it's tech, I don't care if it's accessories, video games, TV shows, the latest devices. Japan and China, those Eastern countries always get shit before we do. So of course they're more advanced. So to a degree, it didn't really surprise me much. There's information to my Instagram. Y'all want to go over there, and here's my Cash App in case y'all want to drop a donation here and there. But okay, salute to my newfound supporter and homegirl Cyrax for stopping by. Salute to Centico, unpredictable, always at your pentacle. And I'll have one for you coming soon, Cyrax. Salute to Hans Oda Kruger Kotharlo. I said your name right for stopping by. Hope you like the stream. Salute to Red Lips. Thank you for stopping by. Salute to Classy Perspective, which she could have came up and had this discussion with us. And last but not least, salute to my inspiration, half my inspiration anyway. Killer Swag, getting that bad. Don't be can about them price tags. Salute to you, my guy. Hope you enjoyed this show. Anyways, y'all, I gotta get up out of here. This is your boy, Hustler and Muscular. Also, that's the H to the N to the M, dropping some gems, stomping harder than a pair of Timbs. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I want to say good night. Happy Halloween. Deuces!
Sacrifice of life for pumpkin spice. I gotta have it, gotta grab it, give me pumpkin spice. I need my
pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I need my pumpkin spice, don't matter the fucking price. I need my pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I'm hunting all night cause pumpkin spice is life. I need my pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I need my pumpkin spice, don't matter the fucking price. I need my pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I'm hunting all night cause pumpkin spice is life. White boy wasted, I can't wait to taste it. It only comes in the fall, so all year I be waiting. Drive up to Starbucks to order me a latte. I don't give a fuck what you want, I don't share with my compadre. Pulling up to the window when I grab my sweet beverage. If you fucking with my pumpkin spice, I'll bash your head in. Turn into a demon every Halloween season. If you're drinking regular coffee, then it's considered treason. One sip is all I need for my taste buds to tingle. Don't forget a dash of cinnamon, I need a sprinkle. I go on a bloody heist for my pumpkin spice. I'm telling you once and I won't say it twice. Pumpkin spice is life. I need my pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I need my pumpkin spice, don't matter the fucking price. I need my pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I'm hunting all night cause pumpkin spice is life. I need my pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I need my pumpkin spice, don't matter the fucking price. I need my pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I'm hunting all night cause pumpkin spice is life. It's September 1st, can you tell me where the pumpkin's at? I gotta quench my thirst, so I go visit the pumpkin patch. I pray at the church that I don't get my head detached. On my face carved into a jack-o'-lantern and get fucking smashed. Every day in the month of October I relapse. I overdose on pumpkin spice like it's crack. Sniffing up the lines until my eyes turn black. And then I swing my axe into your spine like a maniac. I'm double fisted, 2 cups cause twice as nice. Halloween's not for 2 months but I'm so hyped. I injected in my veins and changed my blood type. You might think I'm strange, but every day pumpkin spice is life. I need my pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I need my pumpkin spice, don't matter the fucking price. I need my pumpkin spice, a tasty delight. I'm hunting all night cause pumpkin spice is life.